Okay. Last we left off, Zero, firmly caught in the tongue dimension, had some brief, uh, a brief, strange conversation in a completely lightless void realm, where the only thing visible was just a disembodied mouth and tongue painted silver, uh, speaking in very ephemeral, sourceless voices of every timbre and pitch and tone. Uh, Through the conversation you did have, Zero, um, a few factors, if they could be called facts or fiction or stray information, who knows, uh, this entity seems to have been imprisoned here by uh, Tan and Lorig, apparently, or whoever is posing as Tan and Lorig, um, and claims that Tannen has at some point taken its name, the Silver Tongue, uh, fiddling with some of the stuff in the inside of the house, um, after having escaped that realm. Hold on. It asked you to free it. Now I'm remembering it in the turn of events. Asked you to free it, but the lock on the door a bit too much. After which it seems to have teleported or allowed this teleport spell to go through. Not sure, but you did reappear in the warehouse, wherein you did contact the rest of your party to meet you in that district. At which point everyone made their way there at some point. I believe Chris and Zero got to the house first, returning there, but it seems to have caught ablaze somehow. Riley only hearing this after interrogating some of the guards, reporting the guards to the guard. But the house is ablaze, the location where the entity was imprisoned. Zero and Chris barge through the guard and into the inferno itself to just try to explore what remnants of clues there may be. Zero heading back into the basement, picking the lock, but on revealing just a standard looking basement, just with one chair, which seems to have some connection to your brain somehow. It seems to have projected some imagery into it of the various people being not gently tortured here, just of various ages and backgrounds and such. Chris, you going upstairs and pocketing the bust as well. While upstairs, you also managed to find some footprints that went from kind of this like thick, heavy boot to like this dainty female form, just like grading from one to the other. But escaping the house, taking what you can, fiddling with some of the knobs and bits. The bust seems to be some sort of database, I suppose. Or it's more of the lens through which the database, the actual tome that you took a while ago, Zero, the Tome of Tongues, inside just various drawings of tongues, and interacting with that, putting the book onto the bust.
I think Misty disappeared.
Oh.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Well, that ain't good.
I like how you're like addressing Zero and Misty just straight up wasn't here.
That's cool. I can't hear because of the streamer mode, but oh, they're lagging out. That's why. Okay, but I've been told to carry on. So, yeah. Fiddling with some of the bits. The tome seems to be a database of a kind, of identities, of memories, possibly. There seems to be what makes up a person inside the tome, and the bust is how you kind of accessed it. Asking some questions, it seems to respond like a person, strangely. Eventually, all of you interact with the tome, and some of elements of your faces have been drawn in the tome automatically. Removing the book from the tome, all the tongues kind of reappear, but your tongues also remain as well. Zero offers up the book to Alina, God of Knowledge, which Alina takes and is currently parsing through the information. But yeah, you decide to kill some time and wait till midnight after this to just see what happens, to go to Poe and see what he found out. He found a couple things, set up a couple things, possibly. Whilst in the Faceless Hideout, which you are currently in, he reveals that he has two possible methods in. One, might be able to just get you a legitimate audience with the Platinum Council. No hoops to jump through other than just time, which may be a factor in your decision. Or if you want to get there faster, he might be able to set up a couple of ways in illicitly, namely disguising yourself as servants, and just sneaking in that way to try to get closer to them and just, like forcing your problems onto them in a way they can't ignore. On top of that, he also offers you a side gig. One to steal the original crown of Nidus Aethia, the first king of Riz. I don't know historically if I've ever said this, the person that kind of razed Duzamar to the ground originally and shook off the yoke of slavery. You
did say that, yes.
Yeah. Same dude that caused the Archon to just kind of give up.
Give up.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's him.
Wait, who is that again?
That was the first king of Riaz.
Yeah, Nidus Aethia.
Oh, okay. And he's the current king?
No. He's been dead for ages.
He's been dead for 700 years.
Sorry.
The current king...
No, sorry. Is he related to that king?
Which king?
Like the current king? Related?
They're both kings of Riaz. Historically, they're not of the same bloodline, technically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like the current king is not the direct descendant of Nidus Aethia. I don't remember the history off the top of my head, but at some point, I believe the Aethian bloodline got assassinated or died in mysterious circumstances, and then Sita, who is the, like, I guess closest advisor, kind of took over in a way, and that's the current line of king today. So the current king is Burhar Sito.
I see.
Yeah.
So the bloodline of greed.
Maybe. The actual cause of death was never discovered. Or, it's been alluded. It's just, it was weird happenings is all. But here we are now. So yeah, that's the side job. Poe also found a few bits and bobs about the individual Platinum members' whereabouts, mostly, in the about 24 hours he had. So, if I recall, if I took my notes down correctly, King Burhar Sito, still there. He's always in the palace, basically. Lila Rosari, comes in during the day, leaves at night. Lero Damas, who is head of coin, if I recall, comes in during the day and then has a bit of a nightlife, so you can use that. Bosriel Tar, I believe, is the head of secrets, not in town. Arnon Rouse, head of infrastructure, also comes in during the day, but is currently working on some new plans for an arsoned area recently. Jocelyn Klimtor comes during the day and is doing some charity events around the High Parish. And Fellenway, head of, what was it, knowledge, not in right now. So you have 5 of these 7, I believe, Clan Council members within the city confines at the very least. Yeah, Mr. Ebeck, everything okay?
Yeah, as okay as it can be. Yes, I'm back.
Okay. How much of the recap did you catch? Is there anything that you would like to repeat, go over, if you don't remember? I barely remember.
Caught the last 60 seconds. I didn't hear any of it, but you need to repeat it. I'll just go with whatever the boys want to do.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, but we pick up in the faceless hideout surrounded by the scent of shit and piss. A lot of sweat in this very compact, confined, just kind of offshoot into the sewer. But Poe is there. In his more... Oh, Jesus. In the taller face he likes to parade around him. Or I guess his name is... What was it? This is Gambit Reader, I think. Something like that. Poe. You know him as Poe. Yeah. You haven't accepted the side job yet. You don't have to, technically. But it's there if you just feel like making some coin. Yeah. That is where we pick up.
Can you repeat the details of the side job again?
He just wants you to steal the crown of Nidus Aethia, basically. It's supposed to be deep in the treasury somewhere. He also staked out some of the defenses in the palace. So you may have to contend with some of that if you feel like going the side job. And if you're going in illicitly to meet with the Paladin Council, you may also have to deal with some of the defenses as well, which include the standard run-of-the-mill guards and like also the invisible Morniganian's faithful hounds around.
I see.
Yeah, various sensors and like magic chambers and such. It's not easy to break into the main governmental palace. This is the point.
And he wants the crown?
He has someone that he has requisitioned him to get the crown. And he, is offering you the job because you guys are skilled. Or at the very least, have tools at your disposal that maybe have an easier time to get it than he does.
I think I would like to give the crown to someone worthy.
So not an underground mob boss is what you're saying.
Essentially. Unless they pay good coin.
Yeah, it's a pretty hefty paycheck. Poe says.
Did we start underground?
You're in the faceless hideout right now. You never went above ground.
That's where we ended? I don't remember that. Damn. Oh. So let me get this straight then. You guys want to potentially piss off the royals, just as we're supposed to be meeting with them.
Well, I mean, theoretically, we don't have to do those in that order. we could see how it goes, and if it doesn't go to our liking, then we can then change the path. And if we've already pissed them off, which I have a feeling this meeting will in fact piss them off, we could just then derail and go get the crown.
I suppose that's actually not a bad idea.
Because like he said, it's optional. I'm also open to doing the job. I don't want to say on my own, because I don't think I could do it on my own, but if Riley wants nothing to do with it, I wouldn't be surprised, and that's totally understandable. That's not his type of gig. However, that is very much up my alley, and so I'd be down to try, regardless of how the meeting goes. You know, and obviously not at the expense of severing ties if we do make any allyships, but to be fair, a lot of these allies that we find are not really... I mean, it's very similar to, like Jarnhat. There's no one in that council chamber we're going to be able to trust 100%. It is what it is. But, I don't know. If anything, too, I don't need, in my opinion, my goal is not to become allies with any members of the council or the royal family. It's more so to warn them about what's coming in case they don't already know. I have an inkling they probably do, but I think more so just kind of touching base with what their plans were in that regard, because of the people of, God, don't hit me. Out of character. What is this country called? Because I know we're in Obethus right now, but what is the country called? I always think, is Reyes the continent or is Reyes the country? Okay.
The continent is Hide Grey, ostensibly.
Right. We never say it. I always forget the name. Yes. What their plan is for defense, if any, in Reyes, as well as any... Yeah, picking their brains about any information they may have regarding all the other stuff that we've learned in the last year. Could be anything from, interstellar type of threats to anything to do with the 10 or whatever. I don't know. Something along those lines. I don't know. All of that, I'm rambling. All of that to say, I don't need to be friends with him by the end of it. I'm willing to go do the job still.
Yeah, and if you decide not to do the job, I was requisitioned for it, so I'm gonna try after. But I just thought, want to share.
And I appreciate that. I probably missed at some point. What is the payout, I should say, to this job again?
Mysterious benefactor is, mysterious, but I know he pays good coin. As it stands, he is willing to pay, just for the retrieval of the crown, 15,000 gold pieces. An extra 5,000 on top of that to run up to 20,000 if you do it without anyone noticing.
Is the benefactor, is he a nice person?
That's a fantastic question. Nice is it's a hard descriptor, that is. Hard to describe to him. Mostly because he never says more than 5-6 words a sentence. Quiet man, but the money's good for it.
Are you not worried that, in the scenario in which things in our interaction with the council go south and we don't take the job and it's going to be just you or, whoever you want to bring with you to do that, that security might be a bit thickened and, things may be more difficult for you by the time we're done, Poe. Or, excuse me, you said the name that he the persona he has right now. That's not Poe, right?
Yeah,
Simon.
Poe's the small halfling, Scrooge looking guy. His actual name is Gammus Reedon, but you know, he has a bunch of names.
I need
so.
to listen to the name. Sorry. No, I'm still gonna I'll call him Gammus, and I'll say that.
He sort of goes, well, I was under the assumption that you guys were just there to talk. So I don't know what kind of talk you are thinking about where security is going to be bumped up. But I would just ask one professional to another. Don't do that.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, talk in theory. That's about it going like best case scenario, but we'd be arriving unexpected, uninvited. We don't know that it's going to be just talking. So, that's kind of out of our hands.
You said the benefactor wants the gem in the crown?
The crown itself. Whole crown.
Oh, just the crown itself. Okay. Are there gems on the crown?
Probably. I also don't know if it's magical or not. But, no, I'm just here for the payday. The only things I know is that the crown's in the treasury. The benefactor is good for coin. And what he does with it, well, I don't know. But he pays well, I know that much.
Are you allowed to say where the benefactor is from?
Well, no, but even if I was, I don't actually know. Like I said, mysterious benefactor. I honestly don't even know if that's him either. That could be a proxy or someone that works for him. Very hush-hush, but a collector of some kind.
Gammus, can I ask you something semi-unrelated?
Shoot.
Just something that has become relevant to us recently. I'm interested in picking your brain as somebody who is I'm just gonna give Gammus a look. I know we're like amongst like in a safe space, but I'm just gonna look at him and be like, not human. That's all I'll say to refer to what he is. But I'm gonna ask him, do you know anything about a entity or something that is referred to historically as the Silver Tongue?
He's gonna make a very, very deep history check. I don't actually have a character sheet for this guy, but D20 plus stuff. He sort of goes, no, not really. I mean, no, not really. I mean, I know a couple silver tongues out there, but they're usually firmly attached to the interior of one's head. And easy to get free drinks. Or talk the way out of shit. But a single entity called the Silver Tongue ain't ringing no bells to me.
Okay, I thought I'd ask.
Well, if that's a concern, I can try to find some experts.
No need.
Suit yourself. But the point still does stand. Side job. In or out. Though, I suppose you could do it after your meeting, but if things go as you say, and shit does hit the proverbial fan, I would prefer answer before so I can try to get in before things get to that point.
Do you know if there's any blocks on magic that would... I don't know what the category of magic is. Simon, what... what flavor of spell is sending again?
I believe it's...
Like the School of Magic?
I believe it's evocation for some reason.
Yeah,
It
I
is.
thought
Yeah.
so. Okay. I'll just ask him, like, I know you case the place for us. Do you know if there's any means of, like, blocking any evocation spells from leaving that chamber where the meeting is held?
Well, I can't say for certain, but... Are you talking about the council chamber, not the council chamber, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not sure about evocation specifically. I'm not exactly a practitioner of the weirdness like most y'all are. But I know for certain that divination, the standard standard guards and wards for this kind of thing, things for spying and such, them's is in place. So, scrimes off the table, I believe some forms of illusion as well, invisibility. But those are the standards, you know, divination, illusion. I've had to contend with some of those, but not sure specifically about evocation.
Gotcha.
It's possible. Could be a catch-all. It could be specific. Haven't tested it
I
too
will say
thoroughly.
that real quick.
Does Chris know if it's possible to, I guess, tap in to someone's sending or some telepathic ability?
Make an Arcana check or History check, your choice. You'll get different information. Damn.
I think that's my first not one on Arcana.
Yeah, I think so.
Keeping track.
It just hasn't happened very often, I think. We're very used to Chris knowing everything about magic. You know, in this case, Chris, you're genuinely not sure. You know, there's some like monsters that are capable of like psionic stuff, you know, mental communication stuff. But you're not entirely sure how the mechanics of that. Like, there's psionics as a concept is very strange. It's almost like a moral gray zone of magic. Like, it is magic, but it's also not. Like, it doesn't follow the same rules. So you haven't delved too much into that tree yet. You haven't heard of it happening, and you're not sure if it's possible. For once, you're actually stumped.
Didn't we experience, I guess, a little bit of it with the one, the gravekeeper person who kind of was in our heads, like all of our heads,
Yeah, actually,
at the same time?
that's true. The gravekeeper, literally like 24 hours ago, seems to be able to tap into Zero's message spells somehow. But point still stands. You're not sure how she did that. You're not sure if that's a magical item, if that's a spell, if she is psionic. Not sure, but she did it somehow. Yeah, but Poe, Gammus reading, is just kind of sat there. I believe he was freshly woken up, if I recall. But still going. So, job. In or out? And again, you don't have to
There's no
decide
surprise.
now.
He said, I'm out.
I feel like our main mission is to talk with the Platinum Council. If it looks possible, perhaps we check out the crown. But again, we don't know your benefactor, and we don't know what sort of properties the crown has.
As far as I'm aware, it's just a crown, but it's a crown of the first king of Rias, so they could have put some funky stuff on it. And again, don't feel too pressured that I'm making you take the job or anything. It's an offer.
What else would be down there?
Well, it's the treasury, the royal treasury. So, I imagine a bunch of heirlooms from throughout the ages. I doubt it's their whole city fund, which I recommend you don't take all that anyway. Because you like having paved roads. But the job's for the crown, but I'm sure they wouldn't mind if a couple of things here and there went missing. Wouldn't take too much, though. Otherwise, they would notice.
But you don't know anything about any magic items being down there?
Well, no. The treasury. I've only been once, a couple of years ago. Well, I say a couple of years ago. It's been a while. Back when this guild was founded. So, things changed since. I didn't clear it out. Now, I don't know if it's changed anything since. But I know there's good stuff in there. I don't know what specifically, but I know they're good stuff.
Considering right now we have a lot on our plate, and I also, we don't know how that meeting is gonna go, and yeah, it very well could be more difficult for you by the time we're done, and I will do my best to not make that the case. I'm gonna say I'm out.
Alright, well, that's 2 outs. Wizard Boy, I'm assuming you have the same answer.
If the opportunity presents itself, perhaps, but right now, I think I'm out.
Alright. Well, thanks for letting me know in advance. And again, no pressures, no worries. Besides, it's going to be more fun for me anyway. What time is it, actually?
Isn't it like midnight in game?
It is 4 o'clock.
We do have I think we do have a clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is 4 o'clock
Yeah.
in the morning. As one of you relayed that to him. He goes, oh, alright. Well.
If anything, Garrus, do you want to do your job before we go into ours?
I was about to say, actually, I don't think I'm going to do it tonight, but maybe come midnight. I'll probably spend the day setting up. But either way, you paid me to find ways in, and I got 2 ways in. You can still take those. Speaking of, actually, have you decided which way you want to get in? Legitimately or illegitimately? I don't know if you're on a time crunch
Remind
or
me,
not.
what's the wait time on legitimate?
Probably give or take a couple weeks.
Yeah, we don't have that kind of time.
Right.
Oh, well, you can try to sneak in. I can set that up for you pretty quick. I'll do it for you today. As long as you don't make too much of a fuss.
If
just
you
pretend
set it up
blend
for
in.
us, if you set it up for us, is that going to be like on a, like in a specific time window that we have to get that done?
Yeah. Mostly because the people I know are, well, not insiders. They're just kind of people willing to work with me. Favors owed and such. And they're not going to be in all the time.
There you have insiders inside the palace.
Not quite insiders. They're not quite part of the guild. They're just people that I've helped out in one or two of my lives. And they owe me a couple favors.
Okay. Do you know which areas have certain magic restrictions?
Well, the main council chamber is going to be pretty heavily warded. Mostly against spying and such, so scries and senses and invisibility ain't gonna work on that chamber. There is one... Well, the only entrance, the big parts, the main parts of the palace is a decently large checkpoint that has, well, one, a guard search. They're gonna search you tip to tail. Any weapons, any illicit goods, any bombs strapped to your ankles. On top of that, there's also going to be this little detector ring that you have to step through to kind of find and cancel out any magic that may be on you. And they'll know what kind. Those are the two main ones. On top of that, there's going to be a couple of invisible hounds that you're just not going to know they're there until it's too late. But they're there mostly to sniff out invisible folk. So, hence the disguises. While you're heading in under the guise of something that's supposed to be there. Hounds won't sniff you out. As long as you leave most of your, oh, maybe all your magical stuff, no spells on you, then you should be able to sneak in. Just by blending in. Plain sight.
And what of magical artifacts?
Well, that'd be the same. They'd detect it and likely confiscate it and, well, it goes a cover.
Hmm.
Of course, you can try to find a way around it, but that's gonna be up to you. Never had much cause to go upside the upstairs portion.
Question: all of the steps of going through security that you mentioned, that's with the option that does not take 2 weeks, right? That's with, you said there's people that owe you favors. We'd still have to go through security and all that with disguises.
Yeah, the main goal, the favor mode is the head chef of the kitchen. He had a whole thing with his wife. It's messy, but helped him out of a jam. And I said, maybe, pay back the favor someday. And, well, today's that day. So I was going to have y'all just kind of masquerade as new cooks. And you're going to go deliver up some pastries or whatever up to the council members. And I'm just hoping from there you'll take it however you need to take it. If the conversations you need to have is as important as I think they are, then, well, that's up to you to convince them. My job's done from that point.
New pastries, you say?
Yeah. honestly not a fan. There's too many little fish eggs on it. Too salty for me. But yeah, that's the plan at least. That's what I can set
so
up.
they actually are my pastries.
Well, maybe you can cook up something for them. I'm not sure. Part of the check is they're gonna have to go, search through the food, make sure it's not poisoned, which they have. Things for that as well up in the checkpoint.
Where did you plan on making these pastries?
I was gonna make them. The head chef was gonna make them. You were just gonna deliver them.
Right, but where is the head chef?
The kitchen, which is where I was gonna sneak you in.
Where's the kitchen?
First floor. There's a back door, a service entrance that I was gonna find a way in, and I was gonna have him let you in, and from there he'd give you disguises, hopefully. Assuming
This
you
works
don't-
out for me.
Yeah, assuming you don't do anything overtly suspicious, should be relatively smooth. Unless the guy's a bastard and betrays me, at which point I apologize. But again, the main thing's going to be that checkpoint. That's kind of the do or die moment. So, you trip anything there, or cover's blown, and y'all on your own now.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm gonna look to the boys and just be like, okay, so knowing what we know now, what are we still gonna be able to have access to in terms of like resources for magic, knowing that we have to leave our apotheosis vessels and our items behind? I can do that if need be. Like, I think all I have is my apotheosis vessel and like my gloves, and yeah, all of my stuff can just stay together. But I know with the
I'm going to be able to
casters,
get scryed on for a few hours.
yeah, it is what it is.
Do magical creatures would they get detected?
I'm sure Azik would get detected if it's just an overall magic detection spell. I can dismiss Azik and then summon him back when we need him. I don't know if you're referring to a different creature though.
I'm a little bit of myself because of my eye.
Wait, you can't take your eye out. Oh no, Chris, how the fuck are we gonna get you in?
Your
I can
eyes
disable
magical.
magic, well, some sort. Yeah, I can see fire.
That's oh god.
I mean, I can see fire too, but
What? Wait. My eye might actually be pretty useful. My eye might be
fire too.
My eye might be actually pretty useful in this scenario because I can see where there might be magic. Perhaps.
That's true.
Like illusions.
that's true. You'd actually be able to see the
But
fucking
how can
house.
we? Mm-hmm.
I can think
How,
of worse things than letting the Chaos Man be useful for something.
But
How
I need like a
are we
sleight
going?
of hand.
A sleight of hand for what?
I need like a sleight of hand enhancement.
What can we do to shield your magic from being detected?
Well, that's the thing. The thing detects magic, so there are magical items that are meant to obfuscate the presence of magic. I've heard the spells as well, but your eye's magical, I'm not sure. I mean, if you find a way to make it undetectable. Normally, I was gonna, suggest get one of them little pocket obfuscation things, stick whatever magical items you need inside, and you should be okay. But you look pretty suspicious with a head of the back of your head.
What if obscuration item, like you said, I go into Pokeball, put the Pokeball in the obscuration item.
Oh! Low key, how many Pokeballs do we have? I mean, like, Riley's plenty good at stealthing, but I feel like I'm a little better. I feel like as a rogue, I'm a little better. Because y'all could both go in Pokeballs and I could... Well, okay, then again, actually, never mind, because I'm the weirdest one in terms of, like, visual looks. So Riley, I think, would probably raise less alarms if they saw only him and me and Chris were in the Pokeballs. And Riley's still plenty charismatic and sneaky.
Besides, I'm going to be helping out with the chef anyway.
That's true.
Yeah, cover. Honestly, the more people that see you working, the less
Damn,
admissions.
that's smart. Chris, you're so smart. That's so smart. That is a good question. Oh, okay. What is the item called that you use? It's Garrus, right? Garrus.
Gamus, but yeah. I go by so many names, honestly, you can call me anything and I'd respond.
Okay.
I got one. It's kind of my own personal use, but I can lend it to you.
I'm scared of what might come of it. Just in case. What is the item called so I can know to ask for it?
Well, I've been told it's called a pocket of perceptionlessness. Specifically, it's just that it's a bag that is magical but doesn't look magical. It doesn't ping. Neither does anything inside. It's not huge, and he kind of roots like around under his bed, and he pulls out this, literally like a handbag. It's like a small, like smaller, like the tiniest size of a grocery bag you can find. Like it's very much like almost like a beer, like a 6-pack size of like cans, about that size. It can fit 1, maybe 2 of your Polyos's vessels, and that's about it. It can also fit a Pokeball.
A single Pokeball?
It can fit a couple, like maybe 3. It's not a huge amount of space, but whatever's inside doesn't ping as magical.
Follow-up question for the party. How many Pokeballs do we have? I know I have, I think, 1.
Well, Riley has one for his Bubble Drake, right? That might be it.
Chris, do you not
I
have
forget
one?
how much I got. I felt like I had like 2 or 3, but I gave a couple away, so I'm not exactly sure how much I have.
Yeah, and I know after... Because Jana was originally the one that had them, right?
Yes, and I believe Enswin took some of them. I took at least one for Flunk, if I recall.
Okay, so we at least all have one. Okay, I would like to politely excuse myself from the conversation with Poe, with G-Man. I don't remember his name. I'm sorry. Gamus.
Gamus, Gamis. Gamus.
Gamus. Okay, sorry. Can I ring that bell? I know it's 4 a.m., but can I ring that bell?
Yeah. As you ring the bell, head inside. Who else would like to go to the Emporium?
No need for me.
Okay.
Although, you know what? He'll go anyway because... Get out of the fucking stank.
That's true. just like walking outside, then walking to like a 7-Eleven for 5 minutes just to cool off. Yeah. Chris, you going inside? Or you got something else to do?
Sure, yeah, I'll go inside.
All right. As you all head inside the Emporium, it is 4 a.m., but that means Orville is there. Kind of dimly lit. Nice wood interior. You know what the Emporium looks like. As you walk in, Orville, welcome to the Emporium. Thereupon RuPaul's Emporium for potion the point. Sorry, it's been a early morning.
Yeah, it's okay. We didn't plan on coming at this time. It just kind of happened. What was it, Simon? A pouch of imperceivableness?
pocket of perceptionlessness, which is not a word, but mages are weird.
Okay, I'm going to say to Orville. So, just on a whim, do you happen to have anything that sounds like a pocket of imperceptive? What would you say?
Perceptionlessness?
Imperceptionless?
Pocket of
A
perceptionlessness.
pocket of perceptionless.
Pocket of perceptionlessness.
Yeah.
He kind of looks through the catalog. Yeah, he flips through. We can only have 2 in stock. They're not very popular items. But
How
2.
much you want?
According to the catalog, each one goes for about 500 gold pieces.
Oh, it's easy. Okay. I'm gonna take it.
You'd like 1 or 2?
I'm gonna look at the boys. What do we care?
And do as you need.
What happens if you put your head in it?
You can no longer perceive it, idiot. Dummy, silly.
If you decide to
It's
put
headless.
The bag still exists. You just won't register as magic. I believe there's a subtle enchantment that causes passerbys to forego inspection. It's very mundane. But that is the precise point of the item. So if you were to stick your head in the pocket of perceptionlessness, people would be less inclined to search the bag, even with your heads in it. So that'll be 1 bag or 2?
How much can we fit in one bag?
He kind of takes out the bag. It is very much like a normal looking bag. Like it's just handled. You can put it on a pouch. It's just made of like some like brown canvas. It looks very unassuming. Approximately like 1 or 2 cubic feet. Like it's not a huge amount. It's as much as you can fit in a purse, basically.
So, theoretically, if we all shifted our apotheosis vessels back to crystal form, we could all fit all of our, not all of our stuff, but like our magical components and our weapons in there.
Yeah, if you got 2, each bag could probably fit 2 crystal form apotheosis vessels, and then you can use the second one to fit the third, and also probably like 1 Pokeball.
Oh, actually, now that I think about it, all of stuff will be with us inside the Pokeballs anyway. So, me and Chris can just keep our things on us in the Pokeballs, and Riley can put his apotheosis vessel in the bag with the Pokeballs. Right? Does that sound right?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, just crystallize it. It's gonna fit easy.
Okay. Yeah, just the one then, Orville.
That'll be 500 gold pieces. As he hands you this canvas sack.
Give him the money.
As you give him the money, he hands you the sack. It is very much a normal looking bag with handles. If you saw this on the floor, you wouldn't bother picking it up. But it is in fact a magical item. In fact, it's very enchantment. If you lost it, no one would be able to figure out that it's it's a magical bag. Because it doesn't register as magical. But you have a pocket of perceptionlessness.
That's funny as fuck.
Yeah, if you lose it, it becomes just a bag to everyone else.
That's funny as fuck because theoretically, I trust the Atneys, but if this was anybody else, they could just be selling me a bag.
Yeah.
And if I can't cast like detect magic on it or something, it would just be like, no, it's a bag, and that's what I would believe it can. That's funny. Okay.
Yeah, detect magic is be like.
That's
I
it.
thought I had a bag of like mundane objects at some point. Or like it creates mundane objects.
It sounds familiar. I've given you so many magical items over the years that there's
Sack of
stuff.
Deception.
Yeah, it's probably something similar, to be honest. I think that's
Oh
what
yeah.
that is, if I recall, a sack that whenever you put inside, it looks like something different, if I recall.
Yeah, that's
That's
from
the one that we got from one of
DLC.
the hags.
Yeah. Never used it. And it
Came from DLC.
Yeah, I don't think it would even really work in the situation here, because I think it does ping as magical. It's just whatever inside doesn't look like, there could be a dead body in that bag, and you'd be like, here's a bunch of apples, and people are like, ah, yeah, it's apples. So you can lug around stuff without it causing suspicion.
So basically, that would only work on people who don't have access to detect magic.
Yeah, basically.
It says only magic can reveal the true nature of the disguised object.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
like,
and they'll be using magic to detect our magic.
yeah, straight up, you could kidnap somebody with that sack, and no one could tell. So, because, yeah, there could be a guy in there, and you could just be like, it's just bacon fat or something. I don't know. Whatever you want inside that sack, that's what it looks like. I must have given you guys close to like 100 magical items over the course of this campaign. Like, it's a lot. Okay. Purchase made. Anything else you need to do in the Emporium?
I don't know, Orville, you got anything new? New and cool and weird?
Perhaps something scent related to cancel out a different scent.
Well, we do have a, I suppose it's a perfume. It quite literally doesn't smell like anything, but that is the point. It cancels out scent.
What's the price on that?
It's relatively mundane enchantment, so 50 gold pieces.
Done.
Yeah, as he goes to the back, gets you this little small little spritz bottle. It's kind of pink in coloration, as you hand him 50 gold. It's the perfume
Much obliged.
Perfume of noxious neutralization.
Does it have like a limit on how much it can be used?
No, actually, the part of the enchantment is an infinite use. But it's not quite... It is not a powerful enchantment, so all it will do is just remove sense.
Right now,
Not-
good enough.
Not
Worth the
dissimilar,
50.
Not dissimilar to the prestidigitation cantrip. But you have a little perfume bottle that, whenever you'd like,
I never learned how to do that one, so this is fine.
it's mostly a wizard spell, I think. As for anything new, no, stock still seems to be remaining low. At least the diamond dust. Efforts are being
Has
waylaid elsewhere.
anyone evil came by lately?
Well, you must have to define evil to be able to recognize it. But according to my amphibious eyes, no. Though you seem to have garnered quite the evil eye yourself, kind of pointing to your, new eye, your new body part.
Do you like my eye?
No. Frankly, no. It is off-putting. But
Still can't figure out why he decided to put that in, but okay. It's useful, I suppose.
if someday in the future
It
you
almost
wish to have
has a
it
mind of
removed,
its own.
If in the future you wish to have that removed, I believe Master Rupor is an amateur surgeon.
Or is a surgeon, huh?
Amateur surgeon. The young master is in the midst of learning.
I wonder if I could get Mondo's tech and Rupert's surgeon abilities to enhance me even further.
Fucking Chris is becoming a Warhammer character.
At that point, no, I wasn't going to finish that sentence.
Regardless, is there anything else I can do for you?
I do have a question. Do you know anything about the Silver Tongue?
You're referring to a group or a single person? Then no. Though I can make...
An entity or a being?
Likewise, no. Though, well, my resources are limited, and the Emporium is not a place of information gathering. I can try to dig something up. I doubt it will be fruitful, though.
Are you well versed in magical items?
In the distribution and selling of them, yes.
Or like artifacts, perhaps?
I'm not a magician in that sense. I am a merchant, first and foremost. I know of the usage of magical items, and I am versed in the verbiage. But the actual intricacies and the creation of them is not my speciality. For that, you'll have to speak to Master Rupor, or perhaps even Quincy.
Are they in?
The Masters Slayer and Rupor are currently asleep. Quincy, I believe, is out in the world somewhere, but I can relay a message if you wish.
Sure.
He takes out a little notepad. What would you have me say?
Chris is wondering about an potentially ancient magical artifact.
Chris is wondering about a potentially magical artifact. Very well, I shall pass this message on to Quincy whenever he drops by. I shall ring the bell when he does so.
Sounds good. Okay.
Is there anything else I may be of service for?
I think that's it for now.
Very well then. Thank you for visiting Rupor and Theapos, Emporium for potions and portents.
Thanks again.
Okay. As you all exit the Emporium, you see Gammus, Reedon / Poe / whatever name he goes by these days, kind of just standing there, just looking at the curtains. You see small crowds gather around the curtains. The people that are there, including the White Dragonborn, just full plate. You see Poe sort of goes, "That's a neat trick." I was tempted to
Thanks.
head inside and see what's over there, the other end yonder, but I had to resist the urge.
Yeah, it would have been possible that a lizard would have came out and attacked.
Oh, thank goodness he didn't notice me this time. Speaking of, Riley will immediately make use of his new gadget.
Sure. Yeah, as you spray it out, even though it's a pink bottle, the actual liquid itself is clear. So you spray it, and it doesn't really look like anything. You can feel it hit your skin, though. And when you smell, it smells like nothing. Absolute air.
Perfect.
Nothing is pervading your sense receptors at all.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh, that's so much better.
I will look to Gamus.
Gamus.
Yes. No.
Gamus.
Okay. Sorry. It's pride. No, it's pride. Gamus.
Gamus.
I will look at Gamus. I will look at Gamus. And I will say to him, "Yeah, you're more than welcome to follow us in there if that's what you'd like to do, or go in there yourself. However, I will say, from one thief to another, sticky fingers are not met with. It's impossible to steal from this place.
Well, I
You might hear
appreciate
that as a challenge, but it also could be, a threat in to your life in the wrong circumstances. So I wouldn't wish that upon you. But yeah.
Well, I appreciate the invitation. I lived long enough to recognize that you and I live in two separate worlds. So I'm not gonna poke the bear where I'm not welcome. I mean, hey, I
Understandable.
can steal from this one, but fine, that's another matter entirely. But yeah, if y'all prepped, well, my turn. I'm gonna get some sleep and head out during the day. I'll have everything set up to you by evening, give or take. 4 o'clock. Let's see. Meet me by the palace entrances, say 12 hours from now. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. By then, the council members will probably be winding down. They'd be about ready to get home, and, well, maybe need some snacks by then.
Yeah.
Alright, well, if you need anything from me, you know where to find me. I'm gonna get some shut-eye in the meantime. And I'll have my man know that you'll be coming along, but I'll be there to facilitate the interface of minds.
Okay.
Alright, good morning. And he kind of just falls back onto his cot. Unconscious immediately. Okay. But you have 12 hours to kill. What do you want to do?
Okay, I'm back.
Riley will put his hand on Zero's shoulder. Zero. And maybe now is not the time to go thieving around again, yeah?
Yeah, I don't plan on doing nothing else. Last job I did led to the Silver Tongue, so I think I'm good for the time being.
Wonderful,
However,
we're on the
on
same
the subject of
wavelength.
that, yeah, on the subject of that, I would like to now take our opportunity to follow up on what the fuck that was.
Are we out of the sewer?
You could be, if you choose to be.
No, we're still in the... We're still in the hideout right now. Have we seen... Okay. We've never felt the need to scry on Tannen, I don't think. Purely because we've read his mind and we didn't need to... We didn't feel the need to scry on him. But I'm wondering now, if we did scry on him, if that would even produce any effects that are not also a lie or also an illusion. I don't know what he is. Do we want to just go and find him and confront him? How do we want to do this? Because we have time before we have to rest before the job in 12 hours. Also, when was the last time we got a long rest? I know I'm at full, almost at full everything. My health is fine.
We
My
long
spells
rest
are
right
a
before
little,
coming here, do we not?
that sounds right.
No, we didn't.
No, you woke up.
I've used one sending and one fool's insight.
You woke up from
And
the Golden Gala.
probably a healing word as well.
I think you woke up from the Golden Gala, and then you were just waiting for Poe, and in that interim, the whole Silver Tongue things happened. So you have not gotten a long rest since you've gotten up from the Golden Gala.
Okay.
Okay. Do we want to head back somewhere safe, get a long rest, and then deal with Tannen before we do the job? Or do we want to do Tannen right now, see how that goes, and then get a long rest before we go see the council? It's just, I think as of right now, yeah, we're not all at full resources. I don't know if it'll break out into combat, but we have to be prepared in case it does.
I would prefer we don't poke that beast right now. We only have 12 hours.
Do we want to
Okay, so
see the Platinum Council first, and then check
Do we
out
even
Tannen?
need to follow up on Tannen?
I would
I
say
was afraid
yes.
that he's gonna come after us first.
no, I need answers. This man's been lying to us this whole time. I'm
I'm
not saying
also
anything else he says to us is going to be truth, but
Well,
we need to find a way to...
like, I feel like it's a little bit connected things. Are we still in the presence of Poe?
Yeah, you are.
He's snoozing.
You're snoozing. There's other
Sorry,
people
not
here.
Poe. Yeah, other people.
Yeah, there's a couple of other people milling around.
I'll wait until we're. I'll wait until we're out.
Okay. Yeah. As you just leave the sewers, the White Dragonborn kind of gives you like a two-fingered salute as you just open the door, headed to the sewers, and you are, for the most part, yeah, just alone walking through the sewers. They echo a little bit, but the sewers are vast enough that anyone listening would be muffled garbage by the time you get to them.
Do you guys want to walk back to that other inn that we're staying at, the fancy one with a lot of privacy?
How much was it per night again?
It wasn't much to share a room. It was 30, Simon?
Let me check. The deluxe suite was 200 gold a night.
Was that the one in the separate building?
Yeah. If you want
That's not the one that we did, was it?
if you want just the little rooms that are like scribe proof and like that's it, that's 50 gold. Yeah, you got
the one that we
the
stayed in
deluxe.
overnight.
Uh,
Okay.
yeah, I think I got that wrong. I don't think I do. No, I didn't. No, you did the normal room. That was 20 gold a night. Those didn't have anti-scribe stuff,
okay.
if I recall.
They don't?
Unless I mix those up. I'm pretty sure they don't. They're not supposed to have them. But yeah. I thought you got the deluxe suites, but I could be wrong.
I guess it doesn't matter if we all have scry-proof shit on us anyway, but just for us to stay somewhere in the city for now, I guess we could just go there. Are you guys okay with that?
I suppose.
I mean, we don't have to. It's just alternative is someone teleporting us to the dragon and everything.
Staying in the city is more prudent.
Okay, heading to the Golden Gala then. Golden Gala.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. You begin heading outwards, up from the sewers, towards the red corner.
Oh yeah, it's 4 a.m. Read that.
Yeah, did I have the right time on? Yeah, I did have the right time. Okay, it is supposed to be 4 a.m. Yeah, it's about an hour walk there. The nightlife is dead at this point. You see some elements of life beginning to rouse for their daily routines, but by the time you get to the Golden Gala, it is still very much a sunless morning, especially with the walls. But the red lights of the district kind of illuminate it, even if the life itself, the streets, are gone and unconscious for the time being. The Golden Gala still remains open, though. As you enter the room, the golden light begins to flitter around physically, sometimes just like manifesting as some ephemeral stringer beads of just golden flittering light. As you see the receptionist. A beautiful woman covered in gold, accented makeup, and a very simple golden dress. Oh, back so soon.
Yeah.
We'll be needing another room.
Yeah.
Maybe
What
less
did you do
fancy
last
this time.
I'm pretty sure you went to the normal rooms. Yeah, those ones are just like weird still, but I'm pretty sure they don't have anti-scry or silence or anything.
Yeah, and that was the one that was in a separate building across the street or something, right?
Yeah. Okay, so you didn't do
Okay,
that.
then
You
yeah,
went
we
to the
didn't
normal
do
rooms.
the expensive one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, she goes. Same plans as again, just 2 rooms. All sharing. Just double checking on my boxes. That'll be 40 gold a night.
I'm actually, yeah. Riley will turn to Zia. Do you want to just boot room with them this time?
He kind of goes.
One big bed.
One big bed. She kind of goes. I don't mind either way.
Yeah, the 2 of us will hop in the other room then.
Alright, 1 room then. I'm assuming the same plan as before. I was just hauling in a couple mattresses.
Yep.
Alright. So that'll be 20 gold from one of you.
I give her 20 gold.
Okay, you give her 20 gold. As just directs you to the same place with a teleportation circle. You've done this before. You walk in, as you all enter the identical room, basically, with a giant bed, golden sheets, and the semi-illusory window. A bell for room service. And almost immediately, as you all have filtered in, a couple of attendants begin to just pull mattresses from somewhere and just lay them on the floor for you in a very neat grid-like pattern.
I take a seat on one of the floor beds.
Yeah, it is soft. It is comfy. It's on the floor.
Hobie Fox chimes in. Smells like mattress.
Mattress does have a very distinct smell.
I guess if we're all here,
You are?
guess I'll say, I wonder about the crown, the king's crown. Wonder if it does have some sort of magical ability. Because we know that the first king of Rias decimated Dusamar, right?
Yes.
So perhaps the crown had something to do with it.
Oh,
We all
we
don't
have
know
somebody
who
we
it
could.
is. Huh?
We have a certain somebody we can ask.
Who's
I feel like
that?
we have several certain somebodies. Who are you referring
The
to?
Archon.
That's true.
I
Oh,
will
yeah,
send
that's true.
to
Good.
Archon Arima Gadeafin right now, and I will ask, any properties on the first king's crown that allowed him to succeed in war? Send a message.
Yeah. And you get that weird sense of being blocked for a little bit. That the like almost like slight vision of like those white petals kind of blur your vision slightly, but then it kind of clears being allowed through as you get another response back. That crown was made after everything. No, he overtook everything through charisma and planning. Cunning. That's the end of the message.
Yep, Riley turns back. No, that crown had absolutely nothing to do with his success in Dusamar.
Oh. Well,
That's not to say it couldn't still be magical, but it was not a factor in the war.
should be good. It should be fine then. Although I am curious who that benefactor might be. What if it is the bloodline, part of? What if they're part of the bloodline of that, of the first king?
Does it matter? What, are they trying to get an insurgents going? There's simply no way of knowing without taking entirely too long to investigate.
Right. Potentially having to violate the trust of the Faceless also. Because they're the only lead that we have that leads back to whoever this person is. And at this point in time, I'm not willing to jeopardize that bond that we have. Because it's been pretty useful thus far.
Nick sort of looks over to you, Zero, and goes, 15,000 gold, that's quite the payday.
Which one said that?
Nyx.
I'm just gonna look at her and say, Sounds like a whole lot of money that I don't even know if I'll have time to spend. And with everything that's happened in the last 12 hours alone, a lot of which you've been there for, I think we have other fires to put out first.
I get it. It's because we put out a fire. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, Nick sort of smiles slowly. Well, look who got so wise all of a sudden. You're right, though. But what is the plan with the council? Just gonna go in and lay the cards on the table and see what happens.
Kind of seems like I'll be cooking for them. And use that as an opportunity to sneak everybody in.
Yeah, I'd like to introduce ourselves formally and get a feel of what they are willing to share that they knew. I don't think we'll be able to read minds or anything, so it is what it is, but just to finally have a sit down with them to say that we did, because we've talked to every other major leadership of every other major country, so.
Claudine sort of pipes in. Well, except Hara, but honestly, no big loss.
Saddened to agree with that.
I'm gonna be right back really quick.
Zero passes out instantly.
Damn, they were tired.
Zero melts into a small little
So in
puddle.
the first thing in the morning, we could go to the palace.
Oh, no, not the first thing. We have to wait till about 4 p.m.
About that's much of time. About how much time Poe needs to just set stuff up for himself and for you. So you got about 12 hours or 11 hours to kill. Which you can spend doing nothing and just advancing time if you wanted to. Or you can get a long rest, honestly.
Is it possible to scry but see illusions through the scry?
Zero can do that. Yeah, Zero can do that. Not you, I don't think. The effects of your eye doesn't transfer over to scrying.
Okay.
Yeah, yours is very localized.
Well, I might let Zero know that when they come back from the dead.
What was your plan?
To scry on the silver tongue, if possible. Or tannin.
Yeah, so the plan is to talk to the council first and then go talk to Tannen, correct? Or whatever you want to do with Tannen. Stab him to sleep.
Maybe tonight we scry on tannin and then do Platinum Council after.
The actual meeting, if that happens, will be
hours.
happening after Platinum Council. A lot could happen during that, and we don't have enough time to factor in everything.
Yeah, we could try scrying now.
Do one of you have scry other than Zero?
I do not. Zero has it,
Oh, yeah.
I think.
The scrying orb.
Pondering.
Pondering the orb. I guess it's as good a time as any to take a break.
I suppose so.
Alright, see you in about 15 minutes or so.
Yep.
Okay. You all find yourselves in the Golden Gala. Just with the room, the large chamber, your floor mattresses strewn about the place. Not a lot of wiggle room to walk around. But may not need to. So, what would you like to do here? If you're discussing something, you can discuss here, or you can take a long rest. Up to you.
No idea.
Well, yeah, because Zero is away at the time.
Oh, yeah, right, you had a thing. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, did
You
y'all
might
ever
be
come
able
up
to
with a
st-
proper plan for what to do tomorrow?
I was thinking before tomorrow, we could try and scry on Tannen. And you might be able to see through the illusions.
I can try. I know right now my I'm having to look at my character sheet through Roll20 on the app, and it does not show me nearly as much as the one on the computer does. So I'm not certain what my resources are at for if I use them. I might have used if we haven't had a long rest yet, I might have used Eye of Truth already. I don't remember. And I can't see it on my app here.
I'm looking at your character sheet. It says you haven't. I thought you did. It says you pretty much have all your resources.
I thought so too. I thought I used Eye of Truth when I was in the house.
On what, though?
And I think when I was looking for more stuff about the Silver Tongue, I thought I'd use my Eye of Truth, like my eye, my big eye. And if I use the big eye, I can't use scrying until I long rest. And so
Yeah.
I think I used it in the burning house that we had all the Silver Tongue stuff for. But even then, I don't know. Because I don't think Riley, you didn't heal me at any point, right, Riley?
No. Unless I did? I do
Really?
have one of my first spells.
All I
I
know
have
is
no
that-
idea who I healed, though.
You might have healed me. I don't know, because I don't know, dude. My character sheet's confusing me on the app. It looks like I'm at full health, and that's why I thought we had long rested before we came to talk to Poe about what he found, because I'm at full health again, and I know when I was in the house and it was burning, I was taking fire damage every round.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, either Riley healed me or what I have here isn't correct.
Yeah, I don't think that. I'm looking at the same information you are. Pretty much.
But I was
as you
taking
say.
off my health as it was depleting. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think the information here isn't correct. But either way, you're getting a long rest probably right now anyway, unless you have something else to do for 12 hours. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you used Eye of Truth today. I don't know about your charges for Truth Seer.
I do think I did after... Yeah, I don't know about... I think I used like 2 charges for Truth Seer when I was trying to figure out the Silver Tongue stuff by myself, but... I'm almost certain that when I was in the basement, if I hadn't used it earlier in that house already, I think I used it when I was in the basement, trying to find something else, because I had finally, came back and the house was burning, and we went back in to see what we could find, and I think I might have used it then to see if I could see anything else, because I was just desperate.
Yeah, I think that sounds right.
So
I'm willing to use it to scry on Tannen. I just will have to wait till tomorrow.
Can I use clairvoyance?
Is there a range on that?
Uh,
1 mile.
I'm not sure. Oh, just 1 mile?
1 mile in a location familiar to you.
Okay.
Which I'm pretty sure you're far far away from where Tannen's office is.
Okay, yeah. Well, we'll probably have to wait then. Yeah, I'm good for a rest then.
Okay, we taking a long rest?
No objections.
Yeah, so getting all the
Get
resources
my
back.
exactly 3 resources back. When the fuck did I take 25 damage? What the hell?
Didn't yours strike you at some point? Oh, I'll think it's for 25
No.
damage.
Riley?
Yeah,
Why would I hit Riley?
guess he's Riley. That's a good enough reason.
I feel like I'd hit Chris.
No
before I
need to
hit
get
Riley.
riled up.
Riley.
Riled up.
Guantanamo. Okay, so we're taking long rest. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Then next additional 4 for 0, or everyone else that's not a fucking elf. 1, 2, 3, 4. That brings you to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So you have 3 hours. Until you got to meet with Poe, which getting to that point will probably take an hour anyway. So 2 hours realistically. Zero. This is of pertinence to you. And probably only you. You have... we can call them dreams. As you begin to bed down for the night, as... Well, I was going to say night takes you, but it's morning, so the sun rises. But... you go to sleep anyway. It's been a weird day. In your half slumber, you eventually hit that threshold where you are fully, deeply unconscious. And you find yourself in a library. Familiar library, you've seen it before a couple times. Fireplace, impossibly huge bookshelves and silver owls ferrying books to and fro between the aisles and rows, and a kindly old woman with bird feet in green and purple robes just sitting across from you, just soft lit by the orange flames to your left. And a sweet and strong smelling tea in front of you as well on the coffee table. The woman's Silver Eye just kind of staring at you as you take a sip. It's been some time since I've brought you here last.
It has, yes.
The book that you've had me take a look at. There should be a few things you should know about it. First thing, and most chiefly, is that it is gone. Not due to my own experimentations, but simply it's... I theorize it has been recalled. But I was able to pass a few things. There are... It's not quite a rivalry, but there is a... It is more easily explained as a diametrically opposed cosmic force. His name is... I knew him as Rigel, the god of lies. I believe what you have given me is his focus, his artifact, his anchor to the world. No one knew his fate. Not even I. But we are two sides of a coin, truth and lie. That was the second thing. The third, I believe I have given you a few tricks of his to use at your own discretion. I filtered out any of the influence that may have been left by the tome. But Rigel has a methodology of understanding things. I seek to understand them for his own sake, and he seeks to understand them to manipulate. When the eye of truth is upon you, you should be able to more easily converse and deceive. Weaponize his own domain. But that is all I have to share with you.
I suppose that does make sense. The silver eye and the silver tongue. Respectfully, may I ask, should I be on the lookout for perhaps a silver nose or a silver ear?
Well, the silver ear is not
They're always
what-
being goofy. They're being a little silly.
The silver ear is not a real thing, but I believe you've met something quite similar. Out of respect, I cannot mention its name. The entity that you discovered in the woods that led you on this path of championhood. The carcass strung up on the pole. It listens, but it does not manipulate.
Oh.
It finds its truth in different ways. It obfuscates. I seek to bring truth to light. Rigel seeks to use that truth and bend it But the entity in the woods, it seeks truth to bury it in dark. Never to be used, but to be shared at opportune moments.
I see.
Ancient agreement compels me not to reveal more than that. A trifecta the three of us, are forming, I believe. I suspected Rigel dead, but I suppose that may have been foolish. I cannot help you in this matter. In that house, my influence is, well, you felt it, I believe. It's cut off. The deception was too great a veil for me to see through. If you deal with Rigel, assuming this is who you are dealing with and not an imposter, if you are dealing with him, then you have to use your own discretion whether he is deceiving you or not, including whether he even admits any of this. Just be careful, is all I ask, Zero.
Were you able to... I know in that house I wasn't connected with you. Do you know what happened? What those voices said to me there?
Only in your memories. I can't. This is the game that has been played for eons. I try to uncover his plots, and he tries to cover them in a way that I cannot find them, that I have a hard time getting to its central nuggets of the single thread that ties everything together. And it seems I am out of practice, but he has been quite a busy bee in that time. I was only aware of what happened to you, truly, after you left the house. I was able to parse through your memories, but I saw what you saw, I heard what you heard. I'm not entirely sure if he has a physical form. If that was his physical form, if that was just another mask he wears. And there's the difficulty.
I'm curious. I think there was a question in my and my party members' minds that this entity that we are dealing with, the one that recalled the book, the one that had that house there, the one that set the fire, that almost it felt as if whoever this entity we're dealing with was not, what was his name? Rigel?
Rigel.
My understanding from what we got from the house was that whoever we're dealing with was not himself, but it almost seemed like he was abusing the powers of somebody else. And that was just my understanding of what these voices told me. I may have misunderstood, or again, it's hard to know what is truth and what's not, but I was kind of convinced that whoever we're dealing with was not the person or entity that these abilities naturally came from. Are you telling me it's very well within the realm of possibility that this Tannen person that we know to be Tannen, and that I believe this all leads back to, that very well could just be rival. Not rival, God. Right, Rigel?
Yep, Rigel. Rygol.
My goal.
Yeah,
Sounds like a Pokemon.
it does. She sort of goes, "It is a possibility. It is also possible that the real Rigel was the entity that was freed from the basement. It is also possible that they are both Rigel or none. This is the issue. He's difficult to pin down. He almost never works himself. It is always he's an expert at setting up dominoes for eons, generations. He has pretended to be several generations of chamberlains and advisors, only to betray them at the most opportune time. Who knows what web of deceptions he has weaved over the past 1,000 years. It is always proxies."
That sounds so much like Tannen.
To be fair, we never really knew Tannen.
I mean, if he's willing to go against his boss, is he willing to go against us? And he made an effort to make to seek out the truth, at least about us. Seemed to know a little too much, or a lot.
At this point in time, it's impossible to know what, like, version we got of whoever this is, because it's very possible he was just stroking our own ego, trying to be our fan.
That's really funny. He dealt with you being condescending constantly.
Yeah.
One more thing.
I'm going to... Yeah, good.
The lies of Rigel, the deceptions he makes. I suspected this, but the book confirmed it. Even he is not insusceptible to his own lies. That was one of the purposes of the book, was to keep his information straight, but also to lie to himself. If he forgets who he is, he can cross-reference, but also, more than that, he can forget things that he shouldn't know yet. Meaning, even if you manage to parse through his thoughts, I know none of you have clerical powers, but even if you were to kill one of his proxies, or even one of his puppets he controls, that does have his memories, there's a chance he might not even have that information because he is willfully forgotten in that time. Detecting his thoughts may not even be helpful. Rigel has complete and utter control of his own memories and thoughts and personality, that he can lie to you even through his own being. Truly, you must use your own judgment, whether he is telling the truth or not.
In a situation in which this is Rigel that we're dealing with, how much of a threat is he? Like, it's within his nature to lie, yes. I don't think I'm going to be able to accept any answer he gives me without second guessing if I can trust it ever again. So that being said, he has direct ties to the person that we're dealing with that has the full power over a large laser that was designed to shoot at the moon. and that we've found can have very detrimental consequences to the fabric of magic on our plane, and it's, you know, it's a very high stakes weapon, that laser. As of right now, I'm of the assumption that Rigel has that at his disposal if he wants it. I don't know what kind of relationship him and his boss actually have, the nature of it, if he has more leverage over everything in the end game than we realized previously. But my real question is, what, just due to the nature of his domain, what do you make of him in terms of whether or not he is a threat to the end goal? Because although I don't take him to be foolish or whimsical in the same sense that's somebody like me, well, maybe at Ellie, but he was, you know, somewhat kind of just along for the ride. This isn't like a trickster god who just likes to play pranks. This is a god that likes to, yeah, as you said, bend the truth in a way that is almost scary, that he, yes, convinces himself of it. What do you make of him being a threat in the long term? Because if he doesn't need to be a threat, we don't need to worry about him. But there's nothing I could flat out ask him that I'm going to be able to believe right now.
That depends on his end goal, solely because it is unknowable. Well, almost. Like any god, old god, back then, the main goal for any of them was to expand their domain. Which he did, which I did, which all of us did, sometimes to the detriment of those that didn't deserve it. However, I don't believe that he is so callous or confident enough to believe that he can save the world. I don't believe he intends to die. Clearly he's been working towards something all these years. Threat-wise, extreme, but possibly he could be useful. Solely because I do not believe he has the luxury to be picky right now. It is a... Right now he's a lion back into a cage, but we're all in the same cage. If that makes sense.
It does. Do you think it's at all within the realm of possibility that somebody could have found a way to manipulate this artifact of Rigel and almost like take his place in a way? Because again, I'm trying to almost debunk that line of thinking. I know you don't know everything in the world and you don't know what you don't know, but is that something that could even happen? Like trapping a god and using it as a vessel of power and just like pretending to be that god in a way. Because if we are dealing with Rigel, that gives me more comfort than if we're not dealing with Rigel, if this is somebody who is pretending to be Rigel.
That is entirely in the realm of possibility. You can even go a step further, and it's not impossible for even a mortal to ascend to godhood, to even replace a god. You're witnessing that firsthand right now, actually. And you've seen some history as what happened to one Nicodaxian, who seems to have replaced one of the One of the archdevils in the Nine Hells. Stories of mortals rising up is not uncommon. Those that are successful are less common. To imprison a god, especially one of the old ones, given our waning powers, totally within the realm of possibility.
When was the last time you had any contact or knowledge of his state of being of Rigel? Like, when was the last time you can recall he was not? Or you can confirm that he was himself, I guess.
The early years of the Void Era, when the invader first came to these shores. Again, no one knows if he really has a physical form or if he's just a living embodiment of lie. But there was one of the older countries, the entire populace, king, kingdom, army, peasantry, all of them fed the same lie that they must fight back against some evil corruption. Which was true, but the corruption they were fighting against was religious in nature. They believed the virus that you are aware of was a foreign religion, and given their dogmatic fervor, that lie was enough to push the entire populace to war. So I believe Rigel is fighting against it, but that country also fell, and that was the last I heard. Until now.
What does Rigel like? Other than lying and being shady, does he... I mean, as you said, yeah, you've never known him. It seems to have a physical form, or if you have ever seen him in a physical form, witnessed him in as such, you don't know anything about him, like favorite food or something? Or least favorite food, a scent or a flavor that he hates, something, anything about how he may enjoy the material world.
That I cannot answer. It is easy to discover the undiscovered, but it is much more difficult to parse through what you think is true, but it really isn't. I've never seen the god in person. I've never seen him. I don't think I've seen him out in the world. I'm not sure if he even really explores or partakes. I'm not sure how many walls he set up of proxies between him and reality.
The nature of his ability, the way he convinces himself of these lies, he doesn't, like, absorb the memories of the people's faces he takes, does he?
That was one of the properties of the book as well. It stores the information he needs, whether to remind himself, but it seems that he's able to store other people in it as well. Including memories, yes. The very invasive way to gain information.
It's seeming like this is probably just him. Because I'm getting that mortal to deduce how to use this book and to pull one over on him would be nearly impossible, I would think. A god that doesn't have a physical form to restrain, and where else would this person have gotten this book from? Yeah, this is probably just him.
Evidence points to it,
Okay.
but it would not be the first time I was lied to. Everything about Rigel, including this entire situation, could be one elaborate lie. Both could be true. He could be the entity in the basement, he could be Tannen Lorig. Could be both, he could be none. Once again, I emphasize, use your own judgment, because when dealing with the living embodiment, the concept of deception, of a lie, all you have is gut instinct. Thinking too hard is how he gets you to do his will. So is not thinking at all. But that's all I wanted to say.
Simon, out of character.
Yes.
Sorry, out of character. The voices I was speaking to in the basement, the ones that I had came back for or whatever, they were trying to tell me that they were trapped there, right?
Yeah. Like they couldn't get out the door.
He keeps us here.
Yeah.
And those voices could just be the people in the book, right? Theoretically.
Maybe. Hard to tell. That is
Well,
just a strange
I know
entity.
that. I'm
Just from what I'm hearing, I have theories, but I'll wait until Zero mentions stuff.
Chris muttering in his sleep, theorizing about everything.
I'm going to rise to my feet, and I'm going to walk over to Elena and dap her up like a homie, and then be like, "All right, I'll check back in. I'll check back in with you."
Yeah, as your two fists collide, you feel the warmth of candlelight as your knuckles touch each other as she just fades into like a cloud of feathers, as so does the entire room actually fade into silver feathers as you awake in the midday sun, artificial midday sun from the window, in the room with your compatriots. Speaking of compatriots, elves, you have 4 hours to kill if you feel like doing anything in that time.
I don't know what we would do in this time. Riley's gonna can you open the window?
You can try.
I'm going to try to open the window.
Okay, let's try to open the window. It is very much sealed shut.
Okay, never mind.
We try to fish out the window.
No. Haha. Why would you think that? Haha.
Can I
Yeah,
cast knock on the window?
Fire hazard.
Sure, you can cast knock on the window. Roll D100 for me, actually. This is a strange set of circumstances. Okay. Okay. As you cast knock on the window opens, actually. But it doesn't open how you think. Like, it's a very long, tall window, and you're expecting maybe like the bottom pane to slide up. It opens like a door, like straight down the middle, and it hinges inward towards you. The moment it does, you see that the whatever depictions on the outside or it just turns into just opaque glass. And on the other side, you see just dirt. Just a tip to toe, bottom to top, just dirt. And suddenly the smell of just earth kind of just begins to fill the room.
Well, this is rather pleasant. I wonder where we are. Looking outside. Just dirt.
Just dirt. The window, what used to be
the
just
skybox looking like.
There's no skybox. It is all the entire time. It's just dirt. Whatever sky you saw through the window before, it's just like when the window opened up, it's just dirt on the other side.
Oh, so it's like a dirt wall, essentially?
Pretty much, yeah.
It's like we're snowed in, but it's dirt.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Hearing y'all say dirt so much made me giggle.
Dirt. A lot of dirt.
Nice dirt. Nice soil.
There might be fish in the dirt.
There is one fish that I'm not aware of yet. I'll take out my sword. Is there a fish in the dirt?
Fish.
Great question. Let me check my notes. I feel like there's not, but let me check, because I don't remember all of the... You already have Rhinebreaker. That's there already. Hold on. You killed the shrimp, yeah? you already killed the shrimp.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I swear to God, where is it? I had a whole thing.
Let's see. Oh, there's in Tempest Retort.
There it is.
I killed Cloud Jumper, Undorna, Lightning Caller, Yan, and Rhinebreaker. Plus, I have the gold and the silver.
Okay. If you still have... I've told you how many more you still have.
One
right?
left, I think.
You still have one left, yeah.
It's literally just one, right? Yeah.
As you pull the...
And no clues.
No clues. You can try to focus in, hone in, high five Gwyn if you want to try to find a clue somewhere, but as you pull a temperature torp, does not vibrate, does not detect anything cool. Though you are in magical D&D land, there could be something cool in the dirt, I don't know.
No, I'm going to leave it alone. I just wanted to know what was outside. The answer is there is no outside. We're probably just fucking underground because it saves space.
Hey,
Awesome.
Riley,
Yes, Chris?
if there are esoteric dragons, would there be esoteric fish?
I believe I've already caught most of the esoteric fish. Although, it's not unreasonable to think that there might be more separate from Airlock.
Like a space fish? Or a time fish?
Interesting quandaries. I'm going to have to think about this. Riley is now going to think about space and time fish.
Yeah. What do you think about specifically? Just the existence of space and time fish?
Yes.
Yeah. You find your thoughts kind of drifting towards like space and time fish, like esoteric fish. What does that look like? I don't know how much Riley knows about outside beyond the atmosphere. Probably not much, given that.
Basically, exactly what we learned in the fucking spaceship, and that's it.
Pretty much, yeah. That there's possibly other worlds, and then your mind goes to, what if those worlds have fish? There could be infinite fish out there, you know? Every world, a new ocean, new fish. Maybe those worlds have their own set of like strange fish you're catching here. You start salivating at the thought. What if the outside realm beyond the atmosphere and the worlds and the space between is just a big ocean? You know? Because what is an ocean but a void?
Well, it's not really a void because it's water. It's an abyss.
It's a big empty.
But it's not empty. There's water particles in there. So it's an abyss.
Is air empty? What if you're in the sky?
No.
Damn.
No.
Riley,
Depends on how
Maybe
close you get to
void.
the outer space, though.
Riley's got a high school diploma in chemistry.
Oh no, this is me, the player, answering this. Riley doesn't fucking know.
Yeah. Avoid. Abyss is a good word.
The void fish.
Void fish. Chris, you doing anything?
I guess not really.
Yeah, just 4 hours. You can sit around. You can make more teleporting bullets.
I'll just rest.
I don't even remember my own crafting rules.
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah, you can just idly crafting, just resting, taking it easy. I haven't looked at my crafting rules in like years, so I'm just not going to. Let's make an intelligence check. Sure. How many bullets do you have? Just like normal bullets.
I have 70.
Okay. You can turn 25 of those into teleport bullets if you want to. As you begin just kind of enchanting, basically, over the next 4 hours or so, just kind of imparting magical conjuration energy into every single bullet as you begin to just kind of magically inscribe runes into them. One day this technology is going to take off.
Okay, I got 32 teleports.
Nice. Now that's 32 people you can teleport into every direction. Yeah. But eventually 4 hours
I just need
pass.
to make a machine gun.
God, that'd be fucking awful. Firing 10 teleport bullets into a crowd.
Machine gun.
Imagine World War II being shot by that and just like fucking... just seeing a bunch of people teleporting around as they get hit. God, what a nightmare.
The chaos.
Very much the chaos. Okay, but eventually the 4 hours pass as Chris is crafting and Riley's ruminating. Zero, you wake up perfectly fully awake as if you just downed a bunch of tea. I'm not sure if you drank any, but you feel like it.
Tell me about what I can do now.
Oh yeah, I guess you can't open up the handouts, huh? Right now.
No, I can't.
It wasn't just a straight charisma increase.
No, it was it's a new ability for Truthseer because that's what Truthseer needed is another ability. Tongues of Eternity. Tongues of Eternity. Alina has parsed Tongues of Eternity. Alina has parsed the Tome of Tongues and extracted some of its power. You gain the following additional benefits. Whenever you use Burst of Knowledge to gain advantage, you can use it. You can also use it on Deception or Persuasion. And also, while I have Truth is active, you can understand any spoken and written language and also speak in any language as well. Without error.
Oh my god!
That's huge.
That's a lot. That's a lot. Okay, sorry. Repeat the first part of it one more time for me.
So that thing where you can just get like give yourself advantage on like Arcana Deception or whatever the fuck, or Arcana History. You can also do that with Deception and Persuasion now. So Burst of Knowledge. So you're spending one charge to gain advantage on one of those rolls. That thing you do. And then, yeah, while Eye of Truth is active, you can understand every spoken and written language and also speak in any language as well. You don't learn those languages, but you just speak common and then people understand you.
That's pretty cool.
Essentially, you got the power to persuade the Platinum Council.
Yeah. While Eye of Truth is
Right.
active, so you got 10 minutes of being able to being the ultimate polyglot. But yeah, that's it. You can lie and persuade better, and you can understand people better. Also, when you do Eye of Truth, your tongue silver now.
Really?
Yep.
That's fun.
Interesting.
So you get a third eye and a literal.
Now, so
silver
much
tongue.
for Beware.
You are the silver tongue now. It's Beware the Silver Tongue because Zero can stab you really good. Yeah.
Pretty cool. Could be fun.
Be fun. Why is in your bonds
All right, y'all.
in your character sheet in your bonds? Because I have it just for resources and stuff to help you out. It just says scry on that fuck every day. Who is that fuck?
I don't like you airing out my character sheet in front of everybody. Can you mind your fucking business?
I'm helping you with resources and tracking them while through technical difficulties.
Is it Jarn Hat?
No, it was that fuck ass guy that I bought all those supplies from for Fintu. Because I gave him all that money, and he was sketchy and weird, and he had all those jewels and rings on, and he was dressed like a pimp. And I was like, I don't trust this guy. And I was like, you promise you're gonna get all that food to where did we bring it? We brought it to Riley's town. What's Riley's town called?
Goldman Harbor.
Billy Reed.
Billy Reed?
Goldman. We brought it. Sorry,
Goldman.
not his hometown. We brought it to Goldman.
His home
you're
base.
You're like the mayor of Goldman at this point, dude.
The mayor hates me, actually, but go off.
We told him to bring it to Goldman, and I was like, you're gonna bring it all to Goldman, right? It's all gonna be there. You're not gonna put no weird shit on to track it or nothing when we take it, because I was scared that somebody would catch wind of him taking that it was supposed to go to Fintu, and that the Rexons were gonna. I was scared the Rexons were gonna try to track down where Fintu is, because they want Fintu. They wanted like the presence in Fintu, and to be to make like a desert flavor. What's their stupid Lipat? They wanted to make a desert flavored Lipat, and I didn't want them to do that, because that's what happened with Salith. That's why Salith was in Lipat to begin with. And I don't know, that was a long time ago. I didn't trust that guy. He was dressed like a cheap pimp, and I was like, scry on that motherfucker every fucking day, because I didn't trust that he wasn't going to sell me out to the highest bidder that happened to catch wind that this load was supposed to go to Fintu. But I think we're fine. But I'm also a hoarder, and I don't like to remove old notes, even if they're not relevant anymore. So leave it there. I like it there.
It's just very funny to me that.
Fuck it, scry on him right now.
Yeah.
Is Terry Lone in your notes?
No, Terry Lone's not in my notes.
Dude, Terry Lone's not even in my notes anymore. Like, fucking. I wrote the guy, and he's not there.
You guys have notes?
Get out.
Wait, what did Riley say?
Next campaign.
You have notes. Riley said. Or Bowen said.
Riley said it too.
Yeah. But speaking
Yeah,
of.
I'd like
Riley
to be better
has
about
notes.
taking
They're
notes.
just a different kind of
next
notes.
campaign.
God, I wish you guys took like good notes too, because I'm awful taking notes, especially while DMing. So I'll miss stuff that I say. Yeah.
I can take better notes next time. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Okay, but
I'm gonna try something really quick. I want to see how bad the delay is from my mic to y'all's ears, because I'm telling you right now, the delay I'm hearing before anyone responds to me is like almost 10 seconds. I'm so serious. So when I get done speaking, I'm gonna stop speaking, and then I'm gonna say hey, and then as soon as y'all hear me say hey, I want someone to respond to me. Okay? Not yet. Not yet. Okay. Hey.
hey,
Hey.
Okay, it's not too bad. It's like it is a 3-second delay. It's fine. It's fine.
Texas, Comcast.
Yeah.
America!
Fuck
Sorry,
no.
not. I don't mean to. I didn't mean to derail anything. Sorry.
That's okay. Zero. You awake with mystically gained knowledge from your patron deity, the old librarian.
I sit straight up in bed and projectile shout into the room.
Vomit. No, never mind.
Ah! It's a new god. It's a new god. It's a new god. It's a new god. New god just dropped.
God of the dirt? Looks at window.
Rat King? Rat God?
No. Void fish god.
We're all wearing our scry shit right now, right? The three of us.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think so, yeah.
Yeah,
Then
we're
will-
not taking that off till later.
Yeah, then I will speak freely and I will tell them everything Elena told me.
So all the stuff about Rigel, his name, his like weird relationship with Elena, how they're kind of like it's like cat and mouse all the time. How he doesn't have a physical form that Elena knows of. That doesn't work himself usually. Like almost never. It's always proxies and manipulated people. Dominoes, long chains of dominoes that he's responsible for knocking over.
Rigel.
I'm not very happy that our faces are in his book.
Was my face in his book too by the end of it?
Yeah. All three of your
Why?
faces are in your books.
Why?
I don't know.
Because we were curious.
Oh, right. Y'all were. I didn't do it. I don't remember what happened
Is,
when I ended up in there.
You're supposed to, and I
It's
just
practice.
forgot.
Oh, I
Face
remember
in
why
it.
I took damage now.
Huh?
I was just remembering why I took damage. I tried to mind read the fucking book.
Oh.
Oh yeah, you got a bunch of people's consciousness
Right.
shoved to your brain. Yeah.
Yep.
I think,
I should've
wonder
tried
if
to
this
destroy the
Rigel,
book.
this Rigel guy, I wonder if he, is attracted to the world's biggest secrets. Attracted to where there's the most deception, which is a little bit scary because one of the biggest deceptions is the moon, but also Dusumar as a city, and Silverwind itself is is a lot of deception there, but also kind of Silnia too.
Yeah, what was the God of Lies doing as a proxy in Silverwind Company to begin with? Do you think it just had something to do with the word silver? Or was there something else going on there?
I think he has other. I mean, this all could just be leading up to him funding that fuck ass laser.
Right,
Which-
so what would he do with that?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know what his agenda is. And I don't think that us just flat out asking him is going to produce any good results. We're not gonna know what we can trust.
Could it possibly be that someone, or even possibly the invaders, have taken control of his powers, perhaps?
I don't think
They
it's the
has to
invaders
go
because I feel like we would have seen some like some traces of the invaders in that house, or like why would they keep the house? You know? Like, I could see the invaders imprisoning him, taking his powers, but he would be held somewhere off-site, not in Obethus like this. Like, they're very intelligent, but they're not manipulative. They just take. You know?
And they
don't
also
need to
don't
hide.
quite understand us either. They don't understand how
know,
the
they
gods work. That's why they lock them up.
They were pretty manipulative and trying to give me money, which I took, but I didn't do what
Right,
they
but that's
wanted.
very baseline. And that was behavior exhibited after thousands of years of observation.
And while
And that's
I'm
the
not
best
sure
they
if
could have
they...
mustered.
I'm not sure if they do operate as a hive mind, but that was one individual that saw you and thought you were easy to win over and thought that was the best way to go about it. And maybe that was what worked on other victims down there. So maybe they just were doing what they thought was easiest without, incurring violence from us. Where this creature, it's within his nature to weave these huge, intricate lies that he convinces himself of. The invader, I don't think, needs to do that.
No, in a sense, the invader is refreshingly simplistic.
Very straightforward, but enemy.
Nick sort of goes, like, just pipes up. Yeah, dagger to the back or hammer to the face. At least you see the hammer coming.
So if you guys want to try to corner him, we could talk to him. I just don't know how, fruitful it's really gonna be. Because, I mean, it's more so it'll be us witnessing with a new lens and a new perspective of Tannen. That is not Tannen. Whoever that man Tannen was, he's long dead, and I don't think we ever met him. Genuinely.
Most likely not.
So we can go and find this man and try to understand a bit more based on what we see of him. Maybe we go find him and we don't even bring it up. We don't bring up what we saw, what we found, what we've experienced, what we know. We can just say hi and pop in and see how he behaves. Because I don't think he seems, just in the nature of what he is, I don't think he's going to confront us. I don't think he's going to hit us with the, all right, the jig is up, you know who I am. I think he's going to double down that he doesn't know anything. Because, again, I think in the nature of what he is convinced himself for the purpose of, getting away, or getting, not getting away, what's the word? For sneaking past detect thoughts. There's not going to be any thoughts in that head for us to pick, because he's going to convince himself that he is Tannen. And so I think even if we brought it up to him, he wouldn't maybe be a fruitful conversation, but it's up to you guys if you want to go confront him. I would like to speak to him at some point. It's just if you want to do it before the council or not.
Not before
I
the
mean-
council, absolutely not.
I can pop him in right here.
He does have a hair.
That's an interesting thought, because whose
That would
DNA
be
is that?
mad. Hold on. Wait, Chris might be cooking, actually.
You don't have to use all of the hair, do you? How much hair do you have?
I have to use like a decent amount.
How much hair do you have?
I guess enough to summon him.
Okay, so it's safe to say after you summon him one time, it'll have been expended.
Yeah, like a handful of hair, or for a strip of skin, vial of its blood, that sort of thing.
I can get some blood when he gets here.
Can also be
Does
a
anyone have an empty vial?
I feel like Riley has some empty containers.
Oh yeah, with
What do
the
we
amount
do
of
with
fucking
potion bottles? Throw them out?
We eat them.
yeah.
You eat the potion, or
Yeah.
You consume the bottle with the potion.
Yeah, they're made of sugar glass. You just
The
chew right through
glasses.
them.
That'd be hard as fuck. Like a little DIY craft for D&D night. You make like little sugar glass bottles with like juice in them. It's cute.
I remember there's a thing
Sorry.
I read somewhere where it's like they're like sugar dice or something. They like it's like white and then like it's a D20. But then like I think like someone suggested as a DM, whenever you roll bad, you should power move. Just roll bad on the dice and then just start pick it up and start chewing through it without telling your players that it's candy. So it looks like you're just chewing through dice.
You let the intrusive thought win and you eat the math rock.
Yeah.
Hmm. This roll sucks. Anyway.
Or like, yeah, like during the big boss fight, like the final boss fight, he like rolls a poor attack and we're like, what'd you roll? And before anyone can see what he rolls, he grabs it and stuffs it in his mouth. So he has to re-roll. That'd be funny. What if we just show up to Tannen and we just start acting weird? Like
Not like ourselves at all.
yeah, we beat him at his own game.
Gotta gaslight the
start
gaslighter.
seeing him.
Yeah, we gaslight the gaslighter and we make him break character.
Is that why the house got on flames? Because he's a gaslighter.
That's funny.
Oh my god.
That's so right. You're so right. You're so wait. Chris is cooking today. What the fuck?
Chris is always cooking, but now today especially.
That's funny. That's true. Chris is
think I
cooking.
said
We
that at
say
the
as
beginning.
he sits in the fireplace in the live fire.
Wow. Physically and metaphorically.
Anything else you need to discuss, or would you like to do anything? Okay, so you still got 2 hours to kill.
Should I
I'm
summon
good
him?
to head
Up
out.
to you.
Yeah, I mean,
What's that, Chris?
I'm going to turn to Claudine and Nyx, and I'm going to say to them, for the purpose of this next job, I'm going to leave both of you here. Is that okay?
Nick sort of goes, yeah, that's fine. I got some reading to catch up to anyway, so. And Claudine is just staring at Nyx and just like looming over her. Dagger out, ready to stab.
What book are
Looming,
you
oh
reading?
my god.
What's that, Chris?
Oh, what book are you reading?
Oh, it's just she kind of pulls out this. It doesn't really have like a fully illustrated cover, but it just on the front it just kind of looks like some sort of generico, honestly, kind of like C tier fiction, like novel. It just seems to be titled "The Wolf and the Witch."
Oh, you need to go B tier and read The Boy and the Basilisk.
She kind of like narrows her eyes at you. Isn't that like that's like a kid's like fairy tale, right?
Trust me, it'll save your life.
Okay, I guess I can pick that up today. I mean, I have no plans now.
I'm gonna throw tongues on Zia. I'm gonna say, "You staying here or coming with?"
She kind of goes, I think the nature of the mission, I think I have to stay here. Yes? Otherwise it is, cumbersome.
Well, I don't think so.
I'm not going to be
But I
much
also
help in
don't really know
negotiation.
what you would do either.
Also, I don't know if I would register on the medical thing detection thing. I don't know how my
That's a fair point.
soul works, so I'd rather not risk it.
Right, well. I wish I could re-up
So
the magic every now and then, but it appears that I will not be able to.
so
You
should
three
I
have fun
summon
then,
Tenon
for an
now?
hour, I suppose? What? Bowen says yes, but does Riley? I don't think he would.
The what?
Does Chris actually, like, say that?
Yeah.
What? What are you on about, summoning Tannen?
Like, bring him here. Question?
To corner him? In this...
See, well, I'm not sure about corner, but just see what he's like after the events that have transpired. See if he's just regular, seems like regular Tannen, or if he's changed, or if I even am able to bring Tannen here.
I wonder. Excuse me. I wonder. I don't think it'll be anything we can do in the near future, but I wonder what kind of magic they used to have imprisoned gods before. Because Akem was imprisoned, Adaeli was imprisoned, even to some degree, it was more so like time stopped, but Assazon was imprisoned. Because
I
I don't
didn't
think
process any
I'll
of that.
ever be
What?
able to
Something about
trust him.
Essazon being present?
Did I cut out or did we not?
No, I was just zoning out.
Oh, okay. No, I was just saying, I don't think it'll be something that we can do in the near future, but I'm wondering what kind of power and magic goes into imprisoning a god, because they did it to Akem, they did it to Adaeli,
Yeah.
and to some degree they did it to Assazon.
Well, it wasn't magic that imprisoned Azazon. That was something else entirely. Some form of technology that overwrote magic. We really fumbled the
feel
bag
like-
letting that ship get away.
Yeah, we did.
The Neogi.
I can't even get a hold of it. I think it's dead.
Did it crash?
Crash what? Oh, into something with the ship? I don't know. There's no way of knowing. Zero, you want to scry on it?
I'm okay. Now that it's a new day, though, should I use my scry for Tannen? Because, I mean, we're about to go through our big boy day of confronting the council, which is like, I don't feel the need to scry on any of them right now, but again, depending on how the meeting with them goes, I might want to keep the scry for later. And if we're not dealing with anything involving Tannen today anyways, until we probably long rest again, I can use another long rest. No, sorry. I could use a scry on a different day for Tannen.
No, we
I
don't
could
even
also
have to
summon
scry
Tannen.
on Tannen if you can just summons him. Decide quickly. Time is ticking.
You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, sure. I'll scry on Tannen today. If we're not gonna summon him today, I'll scry on him today.
I can summon him.
I mean, no, we don't want to summon him because I don't think we wanted to do this right now before we go do the council, because we don't know how it's gonna go.
Yes, I guess, yeah.
I don't think he'll fight us probably, but I don't know.
Although, that's the fun.
What a threatening sentence. Zero, you scry on Tannen, cast Eye of Truth, and pop
Wait.
your vision.
Can I ask a question? If
Yeah,
I
that's-
try to scry on somebody and the scry is blocked, do I expend the use of it anyway?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay. Either way, I don't want to scry on Tannen. I want to scry. I'm gonna try first to scry on Regal
Rigel?
or Regal. Regal. Yeah, whatever.
Okay. As you search the, ether for the god Rigel, god of lies, the silver tongue, possibly. The scry determines there is no one of that name.
Ew. That means, yeah, his magic surpasses the magic of scrying, and he, for all intents and purposes, is whoever he's pretending to be. That's crazy. So the use of it's gone now, right?
Yes.
Of scry. Okay, that's fine.
Well, learned something.
I mean, if I do summon Tannen, then the hair did belong to Tannen. So maybe it might give us insight into something like that.
Riley is going to stand up and start making his way towards the door.
Yeah. The teleportation circle, as Riley just, pops straight up, back, turns 90 degrees, and just walks through the teleportation circle and goes back into the lobby of the Golden Gala.
Nobody stopped him, so I guess that has happened now.
Are you all following suit, or are you going to try to summon 10 and see if you can glean some information about the nature of him? Because you can summon him and then just...
Just be like after the council. First.
Okay.
Okay. So, you all head out, I'm assuming. Yeah. Okay. Passing through the lobby of the Golden Gala, the evening time rush has hit. Not sure how many people are staying here, but there certainly is a larger number of clientele now. Yeah, the live band has started kicking up in the corner. Smooth. A lute, even. and begin to make your way to the Glass Palace. Okay.
And who's her face? The gravekeeper isn't around?
No, not that you see. Well, last that you were, one, she had stuff to do in the city, just independently, and two, she also offered to go spy on Sylnia. So you're not sure where she is on that. Either way, not here.
Right.
So that's another iron fire. You do get here earlier, but yeah, as you kind of just wait around for Poe, one Gammas Reedon, you see Poe actually in the guise of Poe, the giant top hat, red overcoat that kind of drags through the mud and cobblestone, long wool scarf in this weather, chillier. Kind of like this deep green, forest green color. As he kind of walks up, his gray puppy hair peeking out from the top, underneath his top hat. All right. So you guys made it out here, all right?
Riley will point towards his whole being and say, "Actually, I'm bleeding out as we speak."
Oh, I just stepped it up a couple times. Right as rain, you are. Anyway. You can have like checks the pocket watch I didn't have before. Alright, yeah, he should be in by now. Alright. You just wait here. I'm gonna go get him. He kind of just passes around a building, and on the opposite side, he emerges as a well, you don't see him emerge as Poe. He's another figure emerges from the other side of the building. A kind of older woman, human, pretty weathered skin, wrinkled, with a kind of white bonnet and white apron on, and she kind of just walks towards the palace. Just walks in, and the guards don't stop her. Looking at the Glass Palace, it is a palace of glass, quite literally. It's almost greenhouse in shape. What is the physical description of this thing, actually? Okay. It is not quite dome-shaped, but it is semi-spherical mostly. There's a large glass pyre, almost twirling like a, not like actually your narwhal's tusk. Like it is like a twisting glass spire in the center of it. There seems to be, it's almost bulbous in some parts, almost like if you see someone blowing glass, it makes this large bulb. It's kind of crazy standing nearby it because it reflects a lot of light. It refracts a lot of light. Some of the windows you see are actually stained glass too, so it's multicolored, almost like prismatic effect just standing nearby, almost blinding in the sun. But you just kind of wait for Poe or whatever face Poe's wearing right now, and that same woman eventually comes out, and you see a larger dwarven man, pretty portly, pretty round, like blueberry-like, like the fucking Willy Wonka lady, the girl. Kind of like large pleated chef's hat, huge gray mustache, and this tool belt that looks like it's been kind of like ramshackled and refitted from like a blacksmith tool belt, which should hold like tongs and chisels and hammers, and instead just holds like a spatula, a different set of tongs for cooking, like knives and stuff. As you kind of just he waddles out in front of you. All right. So, used to be my, he holds up air quotations, my line cooks
I believe there's been somewhat of a misunderstanding. See, he'll lean in. I'm actually going to be cooking.
I like ice cream.
We're not making ice cream, Chris.
Who's around us right now still?
There's some guards, but
Guards still near us?
There's some guards nearby, but they're out of earshot. You're kind of like 30 feet away, and he's speaking loudly, but the guards don't give a shit.
Okay. I'm gonna look at Riley and be like, I'm gonna cast message to Riley and be like, when do I get in the Pokeball? Also, I'm gonna say retroactively, I gave the bag to Riley, that little pocket.
Yeah.
The pocket of perceptionlessness.
Yeah. Yeah, how many
Do I
people
go
are
in there?
around right now, actually?
It is Poe, and it is this head chef guy. There's a couple of guards that are not quite nearby, but they're visible. But there's not a whole lot of
And are
traffic
they
going
looking
in
this
and out.
way?
They're looking. Yeah. Just, because you're nearby
Okay.
the Glass Palace.
I will look towards the chef and be, so... How many other people are going to be in the kitchen?
Well, it's going to be me. It's going to be yous. There's going to be 7 other people.
I'm going to turn to the group. Guys, I don't think the plan's going to work. We're just going to have to cook.
Why would it not work?
Because we're already at risk of being spotted by numerous parties.
Okay, well, we can leave this vicinity. We can get in the Pokeballs, and then you can come back. If I had known we would have needed to be in the Pokeballs already, we could have been in the Pokeballs already. And then you would just go in there and do your damn this as your little chef self. And I'm gonna pinch Riley's cheek.
I'll have you know I am an accomplished pastry maker in this city. They're serving my dish at the Royal Palace!
They sure are, honey. I'm gonna reach up and I'm gonna pull Riley's head to me. We're like the same height roughly, and kiss his little forehead. And I'm gonna grab, because all the guards are looking right now, right?
Yeah, there's just 2 guards at a gate. It's not even a gate. It's literally just an open passageway. But yeah.
Okay, here's what I'm thinking. Hear me out. I'm gonna say this out of character. I'm willing to be the one to make all this happen on my own, so that's why I don't feel the need to say it in character. I was just gonna do it and it'll happen. Me and Chris leave here. We walk out and say bye to Riley. We pretend we're saying bye to our little friend Riley. Okay, like, okay, bye. Have a good day at work. Whatever. Because we haven't gone inside the palace yet, right? We're just like checking in with Poe and the chef and that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we just kiss Riley goodbye, say goodbye to Riley, and then we go outside, wherever the vicinity is. We turn a corner, and okay, does a third party have to be the one to put us in the Pokeball, or can I Pokemon style? Because look, okay, listen, if we're talking about canonical Pokemon, there's Pokemon that willingly got back in their balls without needing to be, like recaptured, if that makes sense. Or do I need a second party to put me back in the ball?
I believe you need a second party to put someone
Just
back
get
in
Poe
the
to
ball.
do it. Poe is right there.
Is Poe not staying with you here?
You can, like, come hither, Poe, and, like, figure that situation out. Make sure to
Okay,
take the
so
bag
we
off
can-
me.
Yeah, I'll sneak the bag off you, and I'll tell. Okay, so I'll tell Poe to come around the corner with us, put us in the bag, put us in the balls in the bag, and then for him to just conveniently come back and slip you the bag really quick, and then we'll go with the
Yeah.
plan from there. Okay, I'm down for that. Again, I'm gonna continue as I said. I'm gonna grab Riley's little head and bring him down and kiss him on the forehead, and I'm gonna very loudly say, Bye, honey. Have a good day at work. Bye, honey. Have a great day at work. I'm gonna link arms with Chris, and I'm also gonna link arms with little old lady Poe. Is that possible?
Yeah, she did in fact have arms to link with.
Okay, excellent. And
Riley understands
going-
your intent.
okay, and we're gonna scuffle off, shuffle away.
Okay.
Scuttle, that's the word I'm looking for. Scuttle. We're gonna scuttle away, give just happy smiles if we can, and turn a corner. Is there a corner that we can turn in which we are out of immediate like sight of guards? Anywhere. I'm not saying like within 10 feet. I'm just saying like it was 60 feet, 90 feet if I have to go.
Yeah, the same alleyway that Poe went into to turn into an old woman.
Perfect. Then yeah, we'll turn the alley, go into the alley, and then real quick, I'll if you need me to roll sleight of hand, I can try from my iPad. I wanna have sleight of handed the bag with the Pokeballs and all that off of Riley if possible.
Sure,
May I
why
do
not? Try rolling from the IPID. You actually haven't rolled this the entire night. I have. Okay. 32, pretty good. That's the standard.
And once we turn the corner, all happy, nice, whatever, I'm gonna open the ball. I'm gonna open the bag. I'm gonna tap one of the balls on Chris's head to put him in.
Sure. As Chris, I'm assuming you're a willing creature, Chris.
Yes, I'm willing.
Okay. You get shunted into the monster pocket. And
Is there a couch?
There's a couch. It's a lazy boy. In fact, it turns into one of those what's a lazy boy? It's those couches that like recline into one of those bunk beds or whatever,
Ah, fuck, I can't remember what that's called.
I'll lie down on it.
Yeah. It's not the most comfortable because it's made of metal underneath, but it is a bed, so it's pretty cool. And you have a full screen of just what's the front of the ball. Okay. Do you hand the other ball to Poe Zero to put you in?
No, I take the ball with Chris in it and I chuck it as far as I can.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
You aim for one of the smoking chimneys.
I did have that thought just now cross my mind. That would be very funny, like funny enrichment time for Chris is just see how long it takes him to break out of the ball. Because I think eventually he could do it on his own, but like again, isn't the nature of the ball that you're just like in there until someone lets you out, right? Because it's meant for like animals. It's really not meant for people for real.
There's rules also for unwilling
It's almost like
creatures.
its own little pocket dimension.
Yeah, pretty much. So it's like
Okay.
that
makes
if
sense.
if he becomes an unwilling creature, he can try to break himself out.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That just would have been funny. Anyway, yeah, I'll put Chris in the ball, put the ball in the bag, then I will tell old lady Poe to tap me on the forehead with it right here, and I'll hand her the bag, and then I will direct Poe, direct them, put me in the ball, put the ball in the bag, and then this bag, it holds Riley's kitchen equipment, duh. And you bring it back to Riley.
Alright, I can do that. As Poe takes the ball,
Okay,
hits you a little too hard on the forehead.
Okay.
So it pings off your forehead, but that you do get ejected inside the ball, and you get the the view of the inside of the interior of the bag, and as Poe kind of puts the balls together. They kind of roll into each other. A feature that I don't think even the Atneys knew about. The moment the balls touch each other, the two of your independent spheres combine as you just look to your left, and Chris is there watching the exact same screen as you.
Welcome.
My discomfort spikes exponentially. My discomfort and my displeasure spikes exponentially. That's all good. What if you have a Pokeball with like a crystalline Rambler and then you have another Pokeball with like your girlfriend in it? What are you going to do?
They heal in here. It's fine. It's fine.
Did we feel from the inside as the balls were moving in the bag?
No, not really. The view,
Like we're shrunk down? Okay.
Yeah, the view of the screen changed and it rolled and everything, but like you didn't feel it. And then the moment they touched, Chris just appears next to you, like a solid, 60 feet. But basically, like you had 2 30-foot rooms, and then when they touched, they combined into a single like 60-foot room. But yeah, as Riley, you're kind of following the chef in slowly, but then as you see Poe, or Poella, or whatever call himself now, kind of runs after you.
Poella's creepy.
Oh, you forgot your lunch, you forgot your kitchen equipment, your knives and such.
Kind of hands you the bag, Riley.
That's interesting. I don't remember forgetting these things, but, well, sure. Thank you.
Yeah, and you take the bag, and you feel 2 spheres rolling around in them.
I wonder who those are.
It's a Yeti,
right.
it's a Yeti and a black dragon.
I will follow.
Yeah,
now
because you follow
to the
him.
kitchen.
You're the Yeti, Chris.
You're the Yeti.
I do have a frozen spear.
I can also freeze things.
Yeah, but following
Needless
the
to
chef,
say, all our
Sounds
magic items are in the bag too, right?
I'm assuming so. Because you can give all your magical items to like one of the party, and they could take it all in with them, basically.
Yeah, but then when they get out of the ball, they're gonna be fucking... Then again, the ball is magic, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, okay, never mind.
Yeah, so functionally for this, Riley is magical itemless.
Yeah.
Yeah. So everything is within the balls right now, including your party members. But as you follow the chef, that's kind of waddling along, kind of takes you behind the glass palace to the back. It's about here-ish. And you see just like a service entrance, just a single door. Very mundane. It kind of descends a couple steps before entering into this pretty large and like well-stocked kitchen. You see hanging meats. You see like a dedicated like smoke room, a bunch of stoves, like a huge oven that's like going. That's like multi-tiered, so it's baking like several racks of like bread at a time. You see a bunch of people here too, like all dressed in like a white coats, and like some have like bandanas on, to keep the sweat out their eyes. And they are going fucking hard. There's flames erupting everywhere. The smell of food and spices hits you immediately. It's weirdly huge amount of food, but then like they're plating stuff already, and it's like they're very small. You see like one person has seemed to like butchered a whole chicken, take out like the legs, and carved out this single little like oyster, the little like weird ball part of the thigh, and just is cooking that as a whole meal. But everything here is very accurate, very surgical. The head chef kind of kicks the door down as the entire kitchen staff like stands to attention. They keep cooking, but their eyes have definitely like immediately locked onto this dwarf.
All right. This one's going to be our new associate. All right? You don't look at him. The lone wolf. What's your name?
Xodiacs.
Rex, there. You heard him. Alright, just... He's gonna be around. Keep to yourselves. Maybe show him a few things, maybe he'll show you a few things. Whatever.
Yeah. This is gonna be rather one-sided.
As you just follow the chef in a little further, he takes you to like a kind of like a staff area, and there's a coat for you, basically. He kind of just throws it onto you. Now you're kind of like away from the like the rest of the staff. He kind of like pulls you in close, literally grabs you by the shirt and pulls you in, like, not gently, and he kind of whispers, "Alright, so I got a good thing going here, alright? So I owe Puella a few favors, okay? Don't fuck me. Do what you need to do, don't fuck me."
Well, I'll leave the timing up to you then. See, my associates are currently inside my bag. And I'm going to place it on the table, sneak in here at some point and let them out.
Whatever.
No. Wait, because what at point is Raleigh gonna have to go through security?
Like later on.
Did you already do it?
This
No.
is security.
No, the security points check was later.
No?
No. You're the kid. You just started your infiltration mission.
Oh.
There's a central checkpoint that had that.
Oh, so
connects to-
I have a role to play first then. Okay. Never mind. I misunderstood. Forget that conversation ever happened. In fact, it didn't.
Riley, kill that man. Kill that man real quick. No, I'm kidding.
He knows too much.
No, yeah, because my understanding, my understanding was you could just whip us out. Because are you guys gonna be like? I was assuming y'all would probably be the ones taking the food and delivering it
probably.
to the council members, and then you would whip us out. I was hoping if that's a
Right.
possibility.
Yeah, that's as
Right,
far as
okay.
the plan posed laid out. That's pretty much what it is.
I thought. Okay,
Yeah, you guys got into like the main,
never mind.
the main building.
I thought you were gonna sneak around during the kitchen phase, but if not, then never mind. I got a job to do.
Yeah.
Lock in, right?
Yeah. I thought my job was just to
Locking in.
walk in the front door. Just, yeah, he kind of pulls you close. Don't fuck me. Again, he kind of just shoves you off, and like, yeah, you have the coat in your hands right now. Right.
Throw the coat on.
Yeah. He kind of goes, in about 45 minutes, hour or so, King's gonna want his dinner, dessert, and everything. That's when you go up, alright?
Understood. I'll get cooking meanwhile.
Okay, one more thing about that, actually. Don't fuck up my kitchen. Everything as is as it is.
I'll have you know.
You have me know. What? Spit it
You're
out,
serving
boy.
up my dish.
Are we now?
The dish that took everybody by storm? Yes, that's my dish.
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion.
Or question.
Eh.
He kind of goes,
Oh, what dish would that be?
ah,
Oh, the taiyaki, of course.
The Taiwati?
You know, the fish pastry.
You're about to serve the royal family. You want to serve fucking fish. A pastry. To a king. Fish pastry.
I was told you were serving that today.
Tell you what. Cook it. And I'll be the judge, eh? If it's good enough for
Yeah,
me,
alright, bet.
it's good enough for the king. Bet? Bet what?
Challenge accepted. I don't know. You want some monetary gain out of this? I can throw 10 gold on the table.
He kind of rummages through his pocket, then slaps down 10 gold. He spits in his palm and holds it out towards you.
I'll spit in mine as well.
Yeah, as you...
Hey, so there's a place to wash this off, right?
Of course.
Sanitary and everything.
Oh, yeah, wash basin. Yeah, show you.
Good.
Agreement between cooks, as he kind of shows you the wash basin. It is a perpetually running, almost like mini waterfall in this basin that kind of like drains off into like a grate that's built into the floor. There also seems to be some sort of like dispenser of some kind. Like there's a ruin that's like below a tile, and when you hold your hand over it, it dispenses some sort of like paste. As the chef kind of washes his hands with that.
Does Riley know what soap is? Surely he knows what soap is, right?
You know what soap is. You haven't seen it be magically dispensed like this. It's usually in a bar form, but yeah.
Okay. What is this strange
It's soap.
foam? It's very soapy.
Because it's soap.
Oh, it's just soap? Alright.
That's some alchemical
I've
fucking
never
thing.
seen
I
this
don't know.
foam before, but
Yeah.
soap is soap. I'll use it.
Cut Wizard makes it or something. I don't fucking know. Anyway. Do what you need to do. Don't get in the way of the fucking cooks.
Right. Alright, Riley's gonna go fucking make some taiyaki.
Sure. Make a... I'm assuming for you as a wisdom check, because this is pure instinctual cooking.
A cook's utensils check.
Oh, yeah, you do. You do a cooked utensils check. Go ahead.
The proficiency is question mark. Is that gonna be...
What? Ooh, why is that?
Whatever, I'll
Oh,
just click it.
it's probably because like,
yeah. Oh, wait, shit,
queries.
attribute. Yeah, I don't know what...
Yeah. So it depends on what you want to cook with it. Like, you know, recipe or just raw, like, wisdom.
He's just gonna do the same thing he did the other night.
Sure. So probably wisdom, like cooks.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
So pure wisdom check then?
Or like you can use cook's utensils. You make a wisdom check, but add your proficiency bonus. Pretty much that's the same check.
Wisdom plus proficiency.
Yeah.
So whatever plus 6. All right.
Yeah. 20. It's not bad.
20.
Okay. As you finish cooking, it takes you about 30, 45 minutes to make like a decent set of taiyaki. I'll ask you this: do you want to make this like to gourmetify it? To try to gourmetify it? You're not a trained cook, but
Yes.
you are good. You're a good cook. Okay. So.
I mean, to the extent that Riley can, anyway. Yes.
Yeah. So like, yeah, you're not like a professionally trained cook, but you are just good at cooking. You just know how flavors can kind of blend together, and like a more natural set up from a recipe. You taste, basically. You taste and you're like, this needs more of this. With that roll, you probably would have made like 8 taiyaki, but instead you spent all that time to make one gourmet taiyaki just to see what's in here.
Yeah. Okay.
What's it look like? What do you add? What's the presentation like?
You know what? Ginger, underrated. Spring onions, underrated.
Okay.
Throw them in.
Throw them in.
Presentation, it's got a sauce.
Okay.
And you can like fucking break it apart, dip it.
Fuck him up. Tell him. Show him.
Come on. What's the sauce made of? What kind of sauce? Berry sauce? Tartar sauce?
Leftover like fish oil and like some tomato.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, and you played it in like one of those like fucking like weird like semicircle like sauces where it's like a line and you can like you have to like dip it in that.
Yeah.
Okay. You make a single.
And you know what? Just
taiyaki.
to the show, I'm gonna be more generous with the sauce. Because I'm seeing everybody else being like, oh, they just put in like one fucking spoonful and spread it like the thinnest shit I've ever seen. No, twice that.
Yeah, this is a hearty gourmet meal. You know what? I'll even say like the taiyaki, like actual like fish of it, it's hella realistic. Instead of just like a cartoony fish, it's like a real fish. Got individualized scales and everything. Got fins. Got like eyes. That's a fish. That's a fish full of.
Riley he does have finesse.
You do got finesse. The next 45 minutes, you make this like one slightly larger taiyaki for the king, and you see a bunch of other people are like scoffing mostly. Some of them are like, "Oh, okay, that's new," but like some of them are like, you know, the chef's just watching. The head chef's just watching you, and occasionally screaming at the other line cooks as they do. But you finish and you plate everything. You make a generous sauce, or like this, like kind of like bright red tomato oil sauce. Beautifully detailed taiyaki. It's like in almost like shapes, not just like straight, but like in the shape of it, like leaping out the water. Spring onions, the scent of ginger, kind of filling the room as well, or aromatic as hell. The chef like kind of like looks at it, takes one big whiff.
Passable. For the king. Fine. Take it up. But when you come down here, you're gonna tell me.
Riley grabs his bag and he takes the book.
Yeah. As you, you grab the bag, take it up, he goes,
You have to come back and tell me how he likes it. Then the bet will be won.
Yeah, these terms are agreeable to me.
yeah, as the chef kind of like gives you some general directions to where the checkpoint is, and it's a pretty large building as you're kind of walking around. The interior isn't made of all glass, but where you can see the walls is, you can see there's some sort of like weird, like a mesh film over the inside of the interior of the glass, so they're not just baking everything on the other side. You see a lot of guards in here too. More heavily armored than the city guards you've seen. But everything's decorated in like beautiful purple tapestry. You see a lot of lines everywhere. You see just like suits of armor that are like built for people that should be like 12 feet tall, with like line-shaped heads, like helmets and like shoulder pieces and everything. There's a lot of line imagery here. You're taking these stairs left and right. There's like this almost pervasive, constant sense. It's like scent of perfume. This like weird rose scent as well. You get turned around a couple of times, but like the guards kind of point you in the same direction as you're carrying this. Like, you know, you look like a shelf. No one's gonna stop you. But you do get to the checkpoint as well. There you see a pretty tight hallway. It kind of narrows down to this like 15-foot wide hall. Pretty squat though, only like 10 feet tall. And you see about 8 guards. Some armed with crossbows, some armed with halberds, some both. And as you're kind of walking through, you see one guard kind of sat down at the other side of this hallway. At the other end, you see a staircase up, but the halfway point there is a circular arch. Look, it's just made of like brick, but it's like perfectly circular, but it's like almost halfway bedded to the ground. You have to step through that to get to the other side. On the other side, you do see a guard kind of just like with a clipboard, just waiting for you, basically.
Yeah, I step through unfazed.
Yeah, as you step through, they're just waiting for you to anything to ping. Nothing does with your bag. But you get stopped by the guard on the other side that's waiting for you. All right, so I'll take this, and he kind of begins to just put his hand on the plate, grabbing it from you. He kind of hands it to another guard as he basically goes, all right, so nothing invasive, but you're gonna have to give me your bags, and just have to pat you down.
He intends to keep the bag?
You're just passing your hands to him for now.
I will comply.
Yeah, he takes the bag, he hands it to another guard who begins to kind of search through it as like one guard begins to pat you down, finding nothing on you because you don't have anything illicit, I don't think. You didn't hide anything on your person, I'm assuming. But the guard kind of pulls up the monster pockets. They're just like these silver orbs, pretty much. And he kind of shows it to this, what seemed to be some sort of like officer here, this guard captain. He kind of looks at it. What are those?
Oh, I have figurines in there.
Figurines for what? Why would you need figurines?
Oh, I just take them with me. They're like good luck charms.
The two guards kind of stare at each other as you, Zero, and Chris get like this most unflattering angle from this guard's nostrils as he's kind of holding it below his face as you're looking directly up at him. This guy has not trimmed his nose hair in a long time. Probably make a deception check.
I think that's my weakest thing. Yeah, but it's still pretty alright. Fuck! Who has the Destiny Bender?
You can have the Destiny Bender if you like.
Can we immediately retcon that?
I've been doing retcons
Yeah, I
from
think
Destiny
this is
Bender
one
all
of
the time.
those I need a Destiny Bender moments. Yeah, I don't think I can let that slide. Okay, show me a nat 20 now. That's better.
Okay. It's not great. The guards kind of look at each other and go, okay, we have to open this up and to see ourselves, just to make sure. Just a security precaution, sir.
Alright, so I'm gonna take the balls. I'm going to bring them up to my face. Oh, fuck, but there's magic items in there. If I release them, the magic items come out. Shit. What do I do in this situation?
Yeah. I should note that the
do I keep
spellcasters...
Hear things that are happening outside, right?
What?
You should know what? Simon first, what?
Oh, you should note that in case you have spells or anything, you still can cast your spells assuming they don't have material components. So if you have verbal somatic,
Right.
you can still cast them, though you're obviously casting a spell if you're being watched. But, you know, in this case, it might help. I don't know. I don't know what spells you got, if they're of use or not. You just don't have your material like component with you right now.
Yeah, that's not great. What does mislead have? Mislead does not have anything. Okay, so that's great. Okay.
Oh, it doesn't have any components at all?
So what I'm gonna do then is I'm actually mislead has no components. Project image does. But I can just use mislead instead.
Oh.
So what I'm gonna do is I'll say, alright, fine, you got me, jig is up. In truth, I was hoping I would be able to get a peek at the royal family with my friends. So I'll let them out. I'll bring the balls up to my face and say, listen, I can still get myself in. Take care of the situation here. And I'll let them out. And then I'll cast Mislead as that's happening, as the guards are like, whoa, holy shit, things are happening. Would that be sleight of hand, or?
Okay, so you're dumping your party onto these guards.
Yes.
Okay.
I use nerve toxin.
Okay. First,
Wait, hold on! Don't be so aggro. We can get out of this. didn't issue a command yet. To level 100 crew ignoring orders.
I'm gonna throw up.
Take care of the situation here. Mustard gas.
Eat my pocket sand. That's also poisonous.
Honestly, if all of these guys go unconscious
Chris,
at
I'm
the
in
same
the
time,
boat with you.
if all these guys go down at the same time, like, no one's gonna be able to report back for a little bit. So you still be in the clear for a couple minutes.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I can't stop Chris from doing what he fucking wants.
You really
Use
can't.
nerve toxin.
Nerve tox. Okay, first, yeah, make a sleight of hand check just in case because this is all happening simultaneously, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think they're gonna fucking notice me.
No. So you cast you speak with your hands like an Italian, and you begin to cast the spell, just kind of masking the components, the somatic components of the spell in your very Italian hand gestures.
Behind the
yeah, but behind the closed what is it, the fucking the gesture with like the as you're gripping something very lightly, that one. So you cast mislead and begin to, I'm assuming.
No,
bolt
I was
toward the
thinking
door.
because they're spawning from the bolt. No, I'm gonna fucking stick around and see what happens.
Okay.
Because like mislead the I can control which one of me is active at any given point.
Yeah. So yeah, pretty much. So your illusory self is still visible, but you yourself are invisible.
Right.
Yeah. So you dump your.
I'm going to. Yeah. I'm just. Yeah, I'm gonna back away. My physical self is backing away, and I'm going to. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just gonna let the illusory self speak for me for the time being.
Okay. Okay. So okay, I'm trying to get the order. You're dumping your friend on the floor and then casting mislead, or is it the other way around?
First, yes, yeah. It's first out of the Pokeball and then cast mislead
Okay.
as
gotcha.
it's happening. So I have some sort of guise to hide behind.
Sure. So you cast, you throw down the Pokeballs, summon your party. Zero, what are you doing in this moment? As Chris, the moment Riley's like handle the situation, Chris begins rummaging through his bag for something.
I'm also rummaging through my bag for something.
Hey, what are you rummaging through your bag for?
Chris first.
Okay, okay. Chris, you throw down the nerve toxin you got from the urchin in the undermarket. Did I give you any stats for that? If not, I can find them.
You did, but I just have the aerosol.
Okay, yeah. So it
I wrote
turns
aerosol
into.
next to it.
I think I actually have nerve. No, okay. Well, I'm pretty sure I made a note of it somewhere, but it's not showing up. All right, I'm gonna go find it. Yeah, I did write down the stats somewhere. I just can't find it. Okay. So you got, I believe you got nerve freeze toxin, correct? And it's like an aerosol form. Hold on.
Yeah, Montauk, Ickelman and stuff.
Distributor. Yeah, nerve freeze toxin. Okay, gotcha. Oh god, I actually have to look at my crafting rules. Oh shit. It's heavy poisoners. Yeah, there it is. Nerve freeze. There we go. Okay, so it's an aerosol distributor. It says 20-foot radius. This place is definitely not fucking 20 feet. So this would fill the hallway. All 8 guards here would be poisoned for a minute, actually. So you have about a minute to escape or knock everybody out, actually, because it's automatic critical hit if you hit them. So I need everyone in this room, Riley included, to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, good. Those are my best ones. Did I use that spell slot up? I did not.
Can I conjure something over my face before I do it?
Let's go!
Yeah, you can try. It's not gonna. It's. I wouldn't say it quite gives you advantage because it's like these are Monthought Ickle-Newman. Monthought Ickle-Newman poisons. Okay. Okay, start rolling for the guards. Oops. I'll roll for 2 at a time. Every single one of them failed. Okay. But so does Zero, actually. As, yeah. Riley, you unload your compatriots and then begin to cast Mislead. And you do. You get to the corner, look back, and you see there's already like a cloud of yellow gas from where you unleashed your friends. As Chris, you just pretty much set this vial into this like distributor and then like press it against the ground, and it just fucking spread instantly. It just vaporized everything into like all the liquids in the canister just immediately dispersed out, and you don't even hear coughing because everyone drops. You can kind of see in the smoke that everyone's just like frozen and paralyzed. They're trying to move, but they can't. You see they're kind of like shaking. Zero included. As Zero, you are going from the interior of the Pokeball to the exterior, and then suddenly you can't move your body after inhaling this kind of like weird, sweet-smelling gas.
I have a vial of antidote. Can I give that to Zero?
This would actually work, I think. Yeah, is because it is a poison effect, so it does cancel all the poison. Yeah, as you begin to pour the antidote into Zero's mouth, Zero, you come suddenly all the sensation in your fingertips begin to come back, and you can move your body. The gas, as quickly as it dispersed, immediately begins to fade. And all around you, you just see just a bunch of fucking guards that are like just knocked unconscious, non-conscious, paralyzed. You're gonna have to do the knocking yourself. But Zero, you are free to move again. But what were you reaching for? You're in your bag.
It's useless now. It doesn't matter now. I'm going to turn to whichever Riley I see, and I'm going to look at him stupid, and I'm going to say, figurines? Figurines? That was the best lie you could come up with? Figurines?
Listen, I'm not used to lying. I like to do things as
You're in the
earnestly as
kitchen. You were a
possible.
chef. Say it was exotic spices. Exotic spices from a far-off land that are air sensitive. They can't see me from the outside. Can they really?
No.
They can. Wait, they can't?
No, it's fully opaque.
I thought it was transparent. That's why I lied like that. I thought they could see the
Only
contents.
from the inside.
Nope, it's fully opaque.
Oh my god!
Like a Pokeball. You can't see the Pokeball inside the Pokemon inside the Pokeball.
Okay, this entire sequence never would have happened if I knew that.
Okay, well now we have bodies to get rid of. What are we doing with the bodies? What's around me right now?
Chris, did you kill the guards with that? You better administer that fucking antidote then.
Like, Brandon, there was not a beat of silence after y'all were, like, talking about what was happening, and Brandon's like, I released neurotoxin. It shook me the fuck out. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
They should be okay. I think.
They'll be able to move again after about 30 seconds.
Oh, great. Okay, so, Okay, then maybe my thing will be useful. Okay, Simon, I also have pocket sand. How does my pocket sand work?
Okay, the drugs you picked up from Narset.
My drugs! My Narset, my illegal Narset drugs. How do I know you can't tell me exactly how they work, but what did the man tell me? Like when we were in that club, we were in that bar or whatever, and he told me, yeah, go to your corner and take your drugs. How long did I have to pretend to be in that corner?
Oh god, I have to go find it again.
So how many uses of it do I have? 'Cause
I don't know.
I just have written down, it just says pocket sand.
Pocket sand. I'll say, because I don't remember exact. If you want to use your pocket sand, you have just enough for all 8 of these guards.
8?
There's 8 guards here.
There's 8 guards? I thought there was like 3.
Oh, there's 8.
8 guards?
Yeah, and you're supposed to sprinkle it into your eyes, apparently.
What's around us right now where we
guards?
put these guards?
No, literally nothing.
Are the guards
in the
conscious?
hallway. They are conscious. They just can't move. Their nerves are frozen. So anything you're saying, they can hear. They are conscious. You could just knock them out because if they're paralyzed, so any melee attack is a critical hit automatically.
Okay. I'm going to go through the row of them and sprinkle a little bit of dust in each of their eyes, and each of them that I'm going through, I'm saying, I'm sorry, I'm gonna try not to kill anybody, I'm sorry, we really didn't come here to be violent, it was supposed to be cleaner than this, it's sorry, and I will sprinkle it amongst all of them.
Yep. Okay. Okay, so you can rid yourself of the pocket sand. As you kind of begin to sprinkle the pocket sand into all their eyes. Like you can see the moment it does, the dust begins to like turn like a different color the moment it hits their eyes, and their eyes begin to like tint a little bit, like this like deep kind of like light purple, like they're a little like slightly bloodshot but like off, and their pupils fucking dilate like they're dinner plates.
You said we're in the hallway?
You're just in a hallway pretty much. There's nothing of note here except that like the detection of like anti-magic or like the magical metal detector basically.
How wide is the hallway?
About 15 feet wide.
15?
Yeah. 15 is about 10 feet tall pretty much. And it's probably about like 20 feet or 30 feet long.
Okay, I'm gonna ask one of the boys or whoever to help me at least prop them up sitting against the wall, so maybe it's not as obvious that something bad happened here. Maybe from, down the hall it could look like, oh, they're just taking a little break. They're just chilling. I'll even cross some of their legs. Put their hands in their lap like they're napping. I don't care.
They're
use my
unconscious
invisible
now,
guy.
right?
What's that, Chris?
They're unconscious now, right?
They are... No. Well, kind of. I don't know. You don't know the effects of this drug. They're like the nerve freeze has wore off at this point, but
so we
none
don't
of
know they're
them...
unconscious, never mind.
Yeah, none of them are active, I guess. They're looking at things. Their eyes are moving around, but like they're kind of like weakly grasping, like kind of like you feel their hands twitch. But then they're not getting up or anything. They're not acknowledging you.
Who's the smallest one?
Probably this is the guard captain you're talking to, the one that was like giving all these orders. Or no, they're talking to Riley.
Could I put one in the sack of deception?
Sure. You stuff a guard into the sack of deception now that you remember you have it.
Can I disguise it as like goblin?
Because that's better to have in a sack. Yeah. Yeah. Instead of a guard tripping balls, there's a goblin, a full goblin, sentient creature goblin.
And
Mind you,
if I
could have
take
been
him
apples,
out,
could have been anything.
Could have been apples, could have been lemons.
if I take him out, does he still remain the goblin?
No, he's only goblin so long as he remains inside the sack.
Oh. Okay, well I'll dump him out.
Okay,
Then.
he's now just face first on the carpet, and you can see he's soiling himself right now. I'm actually gonna. I have to do some preemptive rolls actually. Okay. I feel like.
Wait, it says this disguise retains its magic for 8 hours even after it's been removed from the sack.
Oh shit! Really? Okay, I didn't know that. Okay. Okay, I guess he's still a gobbo.
Oh my
That's gonna be awkward
god.
when they fucking wake up, isn't it? There's a fucking goblin in the hallway, and they're like, "Where did our men go? What did you do, guys? It's me."
Wait, you could do that to all of them. You could do that to all of them and make them apples. I don't know. I genuinely don't know why you made him a goblin. I cannot fathom that. But you could theoretically
Chris
put
we're
them
talking
each
about.
in there and make them something different and leave them in the hallway.
just 8 butt-ass naked goblins drooling on the carpet in the middle of the White House. Man, this session took a hard left turn.
I think even if I had said something like it was spices, they would probably be like, "Okay, well, show us."
Given the
So
rules,
we may have ended up at this situation anyway. Yeah.
Okay, but you do have the guards.
Hear me out. We could have put the bag that Chris is playing with now inside of the other bag. And we could have made the Pokeballs look like apples. Stupid. D&D's so stupid.
Dude, this fucking stupid.
Didn't
I
think
hate
that one
this
through.
Okay, but
Level 20, by the way. Not just level 20, prestige like 5 times.
Level 20, by the way.
level 20.
I hate you. Level 25, by the way.
Level,
Christ.
level 25 and TSA is what gets you. Oh man.
This is the dumbest fucking idea.
Gang is
even a
falling. The
This
gang is
key-
cooking.
The gang gets got by TSA. We fought dragons. We fought kingpins. We fought like gangs and curses and hags and aliens and shit. It's TSA.
It's TSA. TSA. The first hurdle is TSA, and you immediately biffed it. Oh my god, I'm sweating my ass off right now.
Guys,
It's always TSA.
we tried
Fuck
to
you,
do
I'm
things
getting
like
on
the
that
right
plane.
way. Like, we tried to do things the right way somewhat. Like, okay, we're not gonna kill to get in. We're not gonna burst through the ceiling. We're just gonna sneak in and have a little peaceful conversation with them. Oh my god!
Nerve gas. Oh my god, dude. Okay, either way.
Well,
Either way.
alright.
The guards
Yeah,
are
no, I think-
incapacitated. What are you doing, Riley?
I'm gonna sit Riley's real body up against the wall, and I'm just gonna take over from the
Okay.
mislead,
Okay.
and he's just gonna run after the chef. Not run after, but he'll speedily walk.
Back to the chef.
Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Yeah. Well, back to the chef that's going towards the king, right?
Oh, you're going by yourself.
Where are they headed?
The chef, he didn't come with you. You went up alone.
Wait, no, but the guy who's taking the food to the king.
Oh, that shit hit the
Pass
ground.
out.
That shit hit the ground.
Oh. Wait, so what happened to his dish?
It hit the ground.
Toxins in it, Riley.
Hold on a second, though.
The guard.
10 gold.
The
Say bye
guard.
to your 10 gold, Riley.
The guard was just holding it while you were being searched, basically. So when he got
So wait,
knocked
did the plate
unconscious,
break?
the plate is like a platter, basically. So the plate didn't break because it can't. But then the taiyaki and the sauce definitely hit the floor. Actually, roll a d100.
No.
Roll a d100 for just pure luck, basically. No modifiers or anything. On a 25 or below, that shit hit the ground, dude.
Fuck.
That shit hit the ground. Your gourmet
My
taiyaki.
taiyaki!
The worst.
You gotta go
loss.
like that. Catch all the food.
fucking
Go like what, Chris? This motion you're making, not helping me. You bungled my meal. Do you know how hard I worked on that? Whatever. Okay, let's just go fucking get our audience with the king. The magic items have probably pinged whatever fucking guards are left anyway.
I'm going to point to Riley and just be like, you owe me drugs. You owe me drugs from Narset. I need you to know that.
Right, how many dragon slices does that cost?
I don't know.
Look,
See this
I didn't
fuck-ass
even...
king.
Whatever.
The food is probably laced with drug dust and nerve toxin.
Wait. Chat, we may have just made it something delectable.
There's been better kings. Let me
Wait,
just
that'd
tell
be
you.
funny. If Josie discovered weed, we just made the first edible ever. That's what we did.
That just
Ayaki.
taiyaki that freezes your nerves first, and then make you trip balls for the next hour.
Yeah, like a regular fucking
Basically
edible.
fentanyl. Basically like fentanyl.
Yeah, I know what these drugs do. The fentanyl description is more apt than marijuana. This is heroin. This is not Molly
Right.
Jane. Oh my god.
Very thematically appropriate. That yeah, Jana's was like wholesome and from the earth, and ours is like poison.
Yes. This would kill most people that take it. Yeah. Either way, hallway is clear. Good God, is it clear?
Yay, let's go talk to the king. Not
Yeah.
much else to fucking do here.
Yeah, as you just begin to make your way upwards, there is not as many guards this time as actually you see. Big stealth checks actually, just a double check. Riley, you don't actually get advantage because you're still technically visible, but yeah, so normal stealth check.
Doesn't matter. I like how Zero earlier was like, I'm better at stealth than Riley.
Shut up, figurines.
Figurines.
Man,
Hatsune Miku.
I didn't know they were. I didn't know they were opaque. I thought they were see-through.
We've been calling them Pokeballs the entire time.
But that's not what's happening in my mind.
In Bowen and Riley's defense, you keep explaining how we can see from the inside, so I don't blame him entirely, but oh my god.
A little scream.
Miscommunication go crazy. Miscommunication go crazy, bro.
Figurines. Fucking alright. Okay, the remaining guards are an
Fucking
issue.
commit, because we went too fucking deep into that fucking scenario. Anyway, continue.
D&D is stupid. The guards aren't an issue. As you're kind of sneaking past hallways and everything, you're not entirely sure where to go next, actually. You probably surmise that the guard is supposed to guide you to where you're supposed to go. But, eventually, this wing of the... I say wing, it's a tower. You're in the central glass spire, basically, of where it is. So you can only really go up and kind of branches off into a couple rooms every so often. eventually just kind of making your way past guards, spiting your way up the wall to let them pass underneath and everything, just listening to their idle chatter. None the wiser. You eventually make your way to the tippy top of the spire, where it kind of bowls out into this large, like, not unlike a Calgary Tower-esque disc shape, but made of glass. You kind of just rise up into a central chamber. I'm going to turn the music into something less happy, because into a central disc like chamber with a large, long table made of kind of like a mix of like a dark gray stone with like a metal and gold inlay. No guards up here, actually, but a clear view of the surrounding city. Perfectly like unobstructed view. The sun is shining at an angle, but it's not as harsh up here. But the moment you cross this threshold, like coming up these stairs, you feel this like almost warbling, almost like you're walking into water, but you can breathe fine. Is this weird thick feeling, like the air itself is condensed as you walk through. Kind of have to push away for a second before you kind of just adapt and you can move normally. With your stealth rolls, you can see, and they don't, people up here. You spot, how many do you spot actually? Oh boy, oh boy. Four people. There's supposed to be 5 kicking around, but there's 4 right now. You spot an older human male, kind of short, bright blonde hair with a receding hairline, but wearing very decadent, very heavy, like furs and clothing made of like silk and wool and everything, vibrant reds and purples. He wears a kind of like 2-piece set, almost like it's a. He wears a crown, like a diamond-studded crown, a singular long, almost prong shape in the front that kind of curves backwards across the skull, making like this skull cap shape. But then kind of bisects into 2 and into the shape of like small budding antlers, like this kind of like stubby-like shape. The cloak that he wears is a kind of deep red coloration with white tufts of fur at the edges. And it kind of connects to the back of the crown. You surmise this is probably the king, because no one else is dressed like this. He's kind of sat on a throne, just not as heavy as you may have expected, but sat there on a throne. Beside him, to a seat next to the throne, up on the table, an older human woman, kind of long brown hair, but kind of kept neatly wrapped around in like lavish braids. She's wearing a long black dress. It's almost somewhat transparent, but underneath you can see kind of like this fine red and orange floral meshing around the neck and the clavicle. Kind of off, staring out into the distance. Another human, adult man, bright blonde with a kind of like crop top undercut fade. He jingles quite heavily. Very, very expensive metals. You see platinum, silver, gold. Every single jewel you can ever think of is somewhere on his body. He's kind of like keeping one hand on the glass, and you see he has so many rings on his hands that it doesn't act like rings, like a hand with just a ring on it. It's almost like a rigid glove, how many rings is on. Lastly, you see a dwarven man. Very old, very ancient. Kind of like this very smooth, bald head, except for like some white fluff around the sides. Large, wild, white beard. And he kind of has a bronze skullcap helmet that's kind of resting on the table he's sitting at. That has like a small diorama of a tower. No shirt, but just thick leather overalls. And he's just covered in the work of the city, basically stone dust, wood splinters, and he's just sitting there. But that is the scene you see. And they're not talking to each other. They're just sitting there, seemingly.
Are we within 30 feet of them?
The entire chamber is probably about, honestly, 60. You're within 30 feet of some of them. The dwarf and the human man. The throne and the
I would
table's
like to
kind of-
read both of their minds.
Okay. What school of magic is that?
Just surface thoughts. That is... divination.
Okay. Yeah. As you cast detect thoughts, nothing happens. You see the old man, the king, kind of jolt awake almost, like he wasn't paying attention, and his eyes immediately go towards you. You can see the kind of crown he has, the budding antlers. They kind of grew a little bit. They grew a lot, actually. They kind of spread into full large antlers and then shed instantly. As he looks at you, makes direct eye contact with you, Riley, as you're kind of looking and cast detect thoughts. He goes, "Who the fuck are you?" That's what we'll pick up next time.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Okay. I liked today's session. I liked the RP, so I'm going to give you 500 EXP.
Keep fucking edging. Alright then.
Milestone the long way around.